it to practice. It's not an abstract legal discussion. It's legal analysis, but also related to what's actually going on. And again, that will be interesting when we discuss the book. The second point I want to make is that AI requires not only investment in technology, but investment in education and skills. And we see many interesting initiatives in the trade union world where we try to also from the EU level support a better understanding from the social partners about how AI works, because that will be absolutely essential for a meaningful discussion on AI. And also we need to have more people overall in the competitiveness concept that can work with AI, but not in a purely technological sense, but to make the link between AI and the work organization and HR issues, for example. And then I also mentioned the key role of social dialogue. So if I just end by saying what the EU is doing for the moment, so we will present a quality jobs roadmap. The college will present that. I understand now it's confirmed for the college agenda for the 3rd of December. These things can always change, as you know, but that is the aim. And we have that quality jobs roadmap is based on a series of consultations. And we did actually for the first time, and I'm very happy about that we also met with the social partners at national level in all member states to discuss. And I did several of those discussions. It was very, very interesting. This is beyond AI. It's all the current work organization issues that will be taken up in the quality jobs roadmap. And then, as you all know, or many of you know, our President, Ursula von der Leyen, also announced that at the end of next year we will have a Quality Jobs Act. So the Quality Jobs Roadmap is of course, the starting point for that discussion on a Quality Jobs Act. And here I don't want to be too how do I say? I mean, I would like to also to make one more point that shows how important the discussion is today, because in the competitiveness agenda, of course, the issue about showing a legal gap, showing an added value for regulation and other action is even more acute than ever. So I think that the investment in gathering that data, in doing that analysis, is more important than ever. And that's again why I would thank you for being here today and looking forward to the debate. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, clear. Happy to hear about the Quality Jobs Roadmap and Act to be presented. We have heard already a number of employers being strictly against that. So it's going to be extremely interesting development and process. But thanks for this. I'm actually passing the floor to you, Laszlo, to moderate the first part of the agenda. So the presentation of the book.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Indeed, as Stefan said, he saved some time for the discussion. But indeed, we now look forward to the very interesting discussion about this volume with the editors and the authors. And Stefan stays also to offer afterwards some kind of first reaction to this volume. Look, we are really proud of this volume, and that's why we invited the editors, but also some of the authors to share some thoughts with you. So I would like to introduce now all the panelists and say a few words about the publication itself. The two editors with us on the left are Maja Fjestad, who is a former State Secretary for Health from Sweden, but she's also a special advisor for the president of the Karolinska Institute. And Simon Winger is the chief economist of the Akademikerförbundet, SSR trade union. Cool? Thank you so much. And then they will be joined by two of the contributors, Charlotta Kronblad, who is postdoctoral researcher for the Department of Applied IT at the University of Gothenburg, and Christina Koklo, who's founder of the Why Not Lab. They are on the right. So first, the editors will speak, but before that, let me just stress again that for FEPS, the publication of this book is really a milestone, and it's partly connecting the two digital programs which we have been working on, and the authors were with us in the previous one, and I think they will guide through this publication the thinking, the discussions of the next stage. So it's also very useful in the Brussels environment, although the evidence which is presented mainly comes from the north, but we believe strongly that it has an all-European significance, because much of the issues at the workplace resulting from the spread of new technologies, especially AI, can be indeed shared. It is also a timely publication because the AI continues to be a priority topic within the European digital policy, not only European, right? It's a worldwide issue. And in Europe, we also sometimes feel that we are lagging behind. We're not necessarily in the front line, not generating the cutting edge of the new technologies and how we can accelerate technological development for the sake of productivity, but at the same time also manage the risks which are entailed in this process is something we have been discussing for years, but it also needs to be turned into policy. And that's, of course, what highlights the importance of discussing all this in Brussels. So it's a very important one for progressives, trade unionists, and also to save ourselves from the so-called doomsday scenarios. Because sometimes we find ourselves between the utopia and dystopia. Sometimes we believe that the digital world just brings all the fruits and all the options, and we walk around with 2 or 3 gadgets in our pocket to be connectable. But connectable sometimes also means we are controllable. So we fall into the dystopian end of it, and we start to fear and disconnect, and we would need to find somehow the balance. And I hope these studies will help finding the right balance and inform the policy-making process as well. The complementary copies of the book can be found outside. I hope there are still volumes, and you can pick it up for yourself. Otherwise, if you prefer digital, FEPS almost always publishes the PDF on the website, and you can also download it if you want to save forests and the natural environment. And after the panelists spoke, there will be a Q&A, so I also shall ask everybody to remain within the time frame, and then we will have time for an interaction with our audience today. With this, I would like to hand over the microphone to Simon and Maya. Maya and Simon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stefan, for a very insightful introduction, and also thank you, Laszlo. I made a small PowerPoint, so sort of have something to catch the eye. So, algorithmic rule, and this book that is now a red book started as a yellow book that was published in Swedish 1 year ago, and the beginning of this book was actually that Simon and I was working together in the Swedish government offices 15 years ago. So before AI was a thing, which, it wasn't, because AI has been a thing for 100 years. But when we started working on this book, we found the debate surprisingly naive, and we found the debate being at a starting point, even though AI was in the midst of changing society. And the book has achieved a remarkable success. I think our publishing company is still in shock. The second edition just sold out. And we also realized that there's an interest from a European perspective on these topics. I mean, both because Scandinavia has often been leading the way to workers' involvement, and actually it's not in the tech area, and also because everyone is discussing how are we going to deal with AI and algorithms in the public sector. So one important starting point for Simon and I are the concept of technopolitics, so technology is power. And on the notion of technology's power, of course, they're following many other concepts. And one is that we have to be involved. Workers' voice has to be present in technology. And workers also, of course, have to use technology. And I think the important point also made by Laszlo here, that between utopia and dystopia also, of course, means that we need to be involved, and we also need to both shape and use technology. And we're both a little bit mesmerized by the concept of algocracy. And apart from being a bit too complicated word to pronounce, it's the incorporation of algorithms into governance. And I mean, we see the use of AI everywhere, of course. There's a lot of use of AI in the private sector that is both fantastic. I think we all use AI every day, right? And there's a lot of AI in the private sector that is problematic. And we're trying to deal with that in different ways. But of course, there's something special about public actors using AI, because when public actors use AI or algorithms, they do so with the power that we delegated to them. They do so with the power of democracy, and they do so as representatives for us. And we're used to having influence, and we should claim that influence. And I think, I mean, in the digital politics, we've seen people sitting in panels in, fancy pastel-colored shirts for 30 years saying that, we need completely new set of laws, the internet is something new. And our point is actually that, we don't need a new set of rules. We need to use the rules we have. We need to use legislation. We need to use collective bargaining. And I mean, for example, just by starting with principles of transparency, and Sweden, as many other countries in Europe, has a public publicity principle. And just by applying that, we're a long way ahead, actually. But just as a starting point to use existing tools. One of the examples in this book is, I think, well discussed in Europe, but wasn't very well discussed in Scandinavia, actually. It's what's often called the Dutch child allowance scandal, when the Dutch government used an algorithm to find people who were allegedly cheating with child support allowances. And one of the aspects in this algorithm was you were flagged as a suspected cheater if you had a double citizenship. So I think all of us can understand what happened. A lot of immigrants was flagged as cheaters, and they, many of them ended up in economic ruin. And even though the Dutch government did sort of suffer the consequences of this, this is one of the early examples of how technology is used to obscure the exercise of power, and how that affects weak groups in society, and how that also can affect workers, of course. And I'm often fascinated that we end up in very cliched or old-fashioned descriptions of technology. We often end up describing technology as self-driving force, and this has sometimes been described as sort of the linear model in sociology. And of course, we know that we can affect technological development, but we still end up in this description. And another false dichotomy that is often repeated, I think, in the European context is that regulation stifles innovation. And I think many of us hear that repeated time and time again. And that has been proven wrong many times, of course, by scholars, but also by reality. Regulation has a fantastic possibility of actually driving innovation. And I mean, nobody claims that speed limits, restrict the innovation in the car industry. It probably does, but we're not against speed limits because we want to innovate faster cars. We want to have a safe society. And we need to be able to trust the process of regulation also in AI topics. And of course, the notion that technology is power also means that we need to transform power from the robot here to the lady. And these kind of dichotomies end up in our descriptions of tech, both in sort of human, technological, regulation, innovation, male, female, and these rhetoric figures keep reoccurring. So on algocracy, we end up with this kind of conclusion. And yeah, this is where I spoiled the end of the book, but please still read it. So technology is political. Technology expresses norms and values, and since they do, we need to put technology under democratic scrutiny. And Simon, how are we going to do that?
Thank you, Maya, for this good question, and thank you also for the Workers Group to co-host this event. together with FEPS. I think the voice of this committee will be very, very important in the work that's coming up. And also thanks, of course, to FEPS for helping with all the work in publishing this translation, which is part of this bigger project on how tech is affecting the workplace. And I have brought a picture from a friend. He's a collector of old documents. So it's an original copy of Sweden's law from 1766 on the Freedom of Information Act, allegedly one of the world's first. I don't know if this is true, but it's a powerful concept, an idea, because it also includes the freedom of accessing government acts. So this was quite early. So we started this book, as Maya mentioned, by this idea that if we have had this law for several hundred years, I mean, it should be mature enough, it should be institutionalized enough so that we can also handle the digital transformation and the automation of a public administration. So this is what we try to answer in the book. And I mean, without any foregone conclusions, we would say that we haven't really managed the algocracy in the public administration. So that could be seen as one conclusion, but we can still do it, I think, together, because politics can change this. At the same time, I jokingly sometimes refer to this as the level one. Public administration should be explainable, it should be transparent, be possible to appeal. This is not easy stuff, but I found only so far one person who disagrees with me here, of all the people I've met discussing this. So level two then, that would be the algocracy at work. I work for a trade union, as Laszlo mentioned, and we all have heard about this, the warehouse example. It's almost a bit old now. We've discussed it for 10 years. The workers get their task from the headset in real time. If they deviate more than 30 centimeters from their prescribed path, they will have a disciplinary action, etc. I mean, this is a dystopic future, and it's not conducive for organizing members, of course, nor for health. But I organize white-collar associate professionals, and I see the same tendencies here. And when we think about it, the data that can be gathered about a professional today is, in a way, even greater than the warehouse example. Because every email you send, every scheduled appointment is a data point that will be used if we don't take action. So this is what we have seen, and we write about it in the book. So I would say we risk losing control of our work. And we could frame this, of course, as a philosophical question. We could frame it as a question about my members and how they feel. But we all know that these are not really topics on the agenda in Brussels today. Rather, we talk about competitiveness, growth, preparedness. So let's put the question like this. Does the surveillance built into these algorithmic management tools, do they enhance productivity for our workers in Europe? And this is, of course, a rhetorical question because the answer is no, and we all know this. I mean, we have an economy and a society that is on creativity, on new ideas and a diversity of inputs and a plurality of voices. But these tools that we risk employ, they go the very opposite direction. So this is something that we should all work together to oppose. But these are all very abstract concepts. But we have a very concrete example from our public administration in Sweden that Charlotta now will present. Thank you.
Remote, indeed. Charlotta, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I think this is a great opportunity to bring together civilian organizations, organizations and institutions to talk about these very important topics. And to understand a little bit who I am, why I'm talking about this, and why you should maybe listen to me when I talk about this, is that I used to work as a lawyer for about 10 years before turning into becoming an academic, which I am now. I'm a researcher at Gothenburg University. But before that, I practiced law for about 10 years. And I'm also a mother of 4. And I stumbled across this case due to one of my children being kind of targeted by this algorithm. And what I will talk about is actually one of the first chapters of the book. It's about a school placement algorithm in Gothenburg used in 2020. In Gothenburg, if you have been there, otherwise please, you're welcome to come and visit us. It's a city divided by a large river. And so they had this algorithm, or we have kids all over the city, of course. We have schools in the city. And the city of Gothenburg is the largest school district in Sweden because Stockholm is divided into 4 areas, but Gothenburg is just one. So every year the school administration places around 12,000 kids into schools. And this year they thought, well, why do we always use Excel? This takes time, we lose efficiency and so on. Let's use this software for the first time. So they took in this software and they coded it. And they coded it to place the kids according to the closest school. And how did they define close? Yeah, they used the bird's eye view. And when you use a bird's eye view to decide where to place the kids in a city that is divided by a river, it's going to be a huge problem. Because kids appear to live close to schools that they don't actually live close to, because we only have 2 bridges in Gothenburg. So we are seeing here hourly long commutes for thousands of kids. But the problem doesn't stop there, because when you add an algorithmic decision-making system, which we do now everywhere, every public institution is using algorithmic decision-making systems. When you use this kind of systematic thinking, it's no longer individual decisions, but every decision depends on the other decisions. So here now comes this red school that you see. That's a school on the opposite side of the city center, kind of built for the 200 kids that live around there. But now 100 kids from the city center is placed there. They can't fit there anymore. So they are like a domino effect, being pushed to another school, being pushed to another school, being pushed to another school, in, I think it was 6 different domino bricks falling. So you see these ripple effects. So the initial error, because in Sweden the law prescribes you to place kids according to the walking or biking distance to school. But when they did this wrong, they don't only affect those initial problems, but it's 6 other kids being placed in schools where they were not supposed to be placed if the algorithm had been coded correctly from start. And so this is a huge problem, because in all our democracies and our legal systems, we are asked to do individual appeals when algorithms fail. But it's really difficult to show if you're that first one being misplaced. That might be easy to show that, this is a bird's eye view perspective you've taken. That's easy to prove. But what about if you're number 5 in that chain? You didn't get the school you wanted, and it's something wrong with the algorithm. How are you going to prove that? And also, why are we calling for individual appeals when it's actually a systematic error? You cannot solve that by individual means. You can only solve it by going back to the algorithm and change the algorithm, so that's correct. And so we are seeing here, and with my research, that we are actually having a void in the legal system, or the design of the legal system and the rule of law of European democracies, that we haven't really looked into, because we are, and I think as Stefan was talking about, we have all this new legislation. We have the AI Act, the GDPR, and so on. But to really understand how to fix the rule of law and algorithmic justice in society, we need to know that the procedural rules are still in effect, and that we actually can appeal the way that we can actually restore that algorithmic justice. So that's quite, that's the kind of key question here, is how do we do that? And for me, it was really, I stumbled across this case as one of my sons were affected by this, and I was a lawyer by trade, but I had just completed a PhD in digital transformation. So I could kind of tell, like, something is up here. They are asking me to appeal this individually, but who's going to take care of the rest of the kids that don't have, like, lawyer moms who will fix it for them? So as a research project, I decided to sue the city of Gothenburg and to actually try to get them to systematically change it for all of the affected children, not just my kids. And so I sued the city and the entire decision-making process, the algorithm as such, in the administrative court of Gothenburg, and trying to see what really will happen when you put an algorithm to legal scrutiny. Will the judges understand the algorithm as evidence in court? Will they hold anyone accountable? Will they correct the errors, and so on? And sadly, I will say, they do not. And I mean, I could do this myself. I'm not the best lawyer in the world, but I worked 10 years with it, and I've also worked as a judge. And it was, for me, impossible to prove that the algorithm was wrong. So I argued, because also 2020 wasn't even legal for the municipality to do automated decision-making. So I was saying, like, just the placement as such is proof that it's automated. Who, like, any citizen or any administrator in Gothenburg would know we have a river. These placements are proof that it is a machine making them, because no human would make this mistake, and not a couple of 100 or 1,000 times. And the court actually said, well, we see what you're saying, but it's up to you. You as the applicant, the civilian, have the burden of proof what the algorithm contains. And as I couldn't prove what the algorithm contained, I asked for it in 20 emails, I never got it. I lost the case due to that practicality, the burden of proof placement. And I think that's really interesting to remember, because we all call for, more legislation. We have the AI Act, we have the GDPR, we have all this legislation, but if the courts don't even understand the simplest of procedural rules and they don't shift the burden of proof, it doesn't matter how many laws we have. So we need to ensure that the legal system can actually handle the rules that we ask them to handle, and that they can actually understand the algorithm as evidence, which they don't today. So I usually play around with this blindfold. Justice is supposed to be blind to whoever's in front of them, no matter if it's rich or poor, if you know them or not. But in this case, I think that the judges and the court system is really blind to the new digital realities that we are seeing. And this is the real blackboxing problem, because we all talk about blackboxing and technology being quite difficult to understand. And then we talk about, okay, so explainability and, transparency would be the answer, but not really. We need to also understand that we have created layers of blackboxing around this with administrative rules that don't really uphold or don't protect the rule of law anymore. So we really need to ensure that we open those and reveal what's actually in there. And in my case, this wasn't the black box. The technology is super simple. It's, bird's eye view versus walking distance. Everyone can understand that. The tech is not the black box. The black box is the administrative system around it. And also, of course, the city of Gothenburg, who refused to take responsibility for the errors that they actually made here. So are we in trouble, or can we fix this? I think positively enough, we can fix this. And to establish digital justice in these new times, we do need to find a way to allow for systematic appeals and correction of the code, not just the ones that apply or the few kids that have parents that would appeal for them. We also need to change the burden of proof in all algorithmic decision-making cases, so that it's actually the ones that have access to the algorithm that are also forced to prove that they have applied that algorithm in a legal way. Because as it is now, that civilians should prove that the organization or the institution has used it in an illegal way when you don't have access to it. is really impossible. So I think that that is key importance. And then also we need to make a system where it actually helps the judges with the determination of the digital evidence to kind of unwrap these black boxes. But it's also important to remember this is not just for algorithmic decision making, but for instance, in criminal cases, we have a huge problem with organized crime, where most of the criminals today do money laundering via cryptocurrencies. And it's a huge problem that the courts, when the judges don't understand that evidence, they let them go, because that's a key. Like, if you're not sure of the evidence, you need to free instead of, imprison people. So we have a lot of cases like this when the judges don't understand the algorithm as evidence or the algorithmic issues in court. And it's not just idiom systems, but also criminal cases. So I think this is a huge, actually a huge opportunity to do better. So thank you so much for listening to me, and do read the book. It's fantastic with all these practical examples, because as Stefan was saying, we need to kind of lift this discussion and not just talk about it as, I think you said very well with the legal kind of discussions. We need to put it up to reality. These are real problems and we need real solutions. And I think we have them, but we just need to take the discussion more seriously. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Christina.
Thank you all. Thank you, Maya, Simon, for inviting Hannah and I to contribute to this wonderful book. Thank you, FEPS, and thanks the organisers today. So what did we write about? We need to zoom out a little bit here and then think of, well, how could we take what Laszlo was saying in the beginning? There's this common saying that Europe is behind China and the United States. And every time I hear that, I want to say, well, actually, we're in front, because we have the regulation basis that is needed. Yes, it needs to be improved, but we have that to actually put human rights, fundamental rights, at the center of digital change. And in that way, actually promote and not exploit the rights of people. So Hannah and I wanted to take this opportunity to write a chapter on how could we promote not only digital sovereignty, which we've heard from Ursula von der Leyen this year, that this will be very important for the Commission. So how could we do that and possibly do it through public procurement policies, which, of course, as you probably all know, the Commission is revising or wanting to revise the Public Procurement Directive. So how do we take digital sovereignty? How do we ensure we don't become too dependent on American tech or others' tech, and really sort of support the European tech industry under the rule of law and with respect to fundamental rights? So this is what she said, and if we go back some years, well, actually public procurement has consistently through history been used to further public policies. So public procurement could indeed shape the market as well as it could shape the whole European future and this quest for digital sovereignty. Indeed, public procurement in the European Union is huge. This is the annual spending on public procurement, not just in terms of digital, but in all, and these are quite a lot of zeros. 2.5 trillion euros every single year. Now, to help us understand that, if we say 1 cent is 1 second, this is the same as almost 80,000 years every year that is being spent on public procurement. i.e., there's money enough flying around Europe for us to truly invest in digital technologies in respect of fundamental rights. Public procurement, just to put another figure on the table, since 2009 has risen 900%. This speaks, of course, and we can't go into that now in this short amount of time, but the increasing privatization of public services. My quest here, and with Hannah in this chapter, is that we reverse our feelings about public services. Stop calling public service workers as cold hands and instead put the pride back into the public service as the driver of constructive change. But there's a but. There always is. If we look at what's happened the last year in public procurement and how much money has been spent on American big tech. In the UK, as you can hear, I'm from there, £330 million was awarded to Palantir, probably the worst company in the world, owned by Peter Thiel, who supports J.D. Vance. It's all intertwined. This is about their health records. The European Union, since Ursula von der Leyen said what she did, has just awarded €550 million to Amazon Web Services. Later, they gave Microsoft €400 million in contracts. So despite the quest and the want for more digital sovereignty, we are pouring a lot of taxpayers' money into the hands of these American big tech companies. Indeed, the European Union actually conceded, yes, it probably will be unrealistic to free ourselves from the dependency on American tech. Well, really, is it that unrealistic? So what can we do? Public procurement and digital sovereignty go hand in hand. If we continue to prioritise through public procurement a cost minimalisation strategy as we do now, well then no, we cannot further the protection. And I think, as Charlotte so rightly pointed out, the idiocy of many of these systems. Kate Crawford, brilliant researcher, said a couple of years ago, artificial intelligence is neither artificial or intelligent. And I think Charlotte's example here shows that. But we can continue through public procurement and the trillions of euros spent there to really continue this race to the bottom. What I think is paradoxical right now is the European Commission is thinking of watering down the GDPR, the EU AI Act, at a time where the President of the United States is doing what he's doing. We should be responding with the reverse. And here we could, through a revision of public procurement laws, so it aligns with public interests, it aligns with sustainable development, and not least our fundamental rights. The way we argue for this in the chapter is how can we look at non-monetary reward criteria? And this is what we argue for in our chapter through 6 principles. And you're probably going to die when you hear more principles. We don't need more principles, we need action. But don't worry, in the article we actually put some beef and bone onto this and say, what do we mean? For example, and I think Charlotte's example is brilliant, transparency and explainability. I know only one country in Europe, and it's the municipality of Helsinki, who has an AI register, where you can go as a citizen, see what AI systems is the council using, for what purposes, and they add a contact person. A lot of us don't have that. We don't know. We have this information asymmetry in the black box. So how do we, not only through the procurement contracts, who is procuring what and who's responsible, but also what are these systems? In the UK, when I wrote a report for the British Trade Union movement around the digitalisation of public services, the unions could not even be told who were the developers of these systems, which were fundamentally flawed. So transparency, explainability. We also need environmental impact assessments as well as fundamental rights impact assessments as predicted in the AI Act. Why environmental impact assessments? Because these technologies are, of course, based on huge data center systems, which are requiring a lot of water. In Amsterdam, there's a data center which is now drawing so much water out of the land around it, their farmers can no longer farm their land in a 15-kilometer radius. So we need to look at these claims of productivity against, of course, the degradation of our environment. Fundamental rights impact assessments, well, we all know that this will be essential. Charlotte's example just says so. Inclusive governance. What we propose there is that all these systems must be governed ex ante, so before they are put in place, but also whilst they're being used, with voices of the subjects at the table. So in workplaces, that's the workers. But if it's a public service algorithm matching the long-term unemployed with jobs, well, representatives of the long-term unemployed should be at the table. We also need to make sure, and ironically, and I think this is interesting, the Trump administration issued, just before we wrote this book was published, wrote their guidelines for procurement in the United States. In that, it says that the public services must avoid tech dependency, or vendor lock-in, they call it. Well, look at the figures I showed you before. We all know every single country in Europe is highly dependent on Microsoft, yet we're doing very little about it. Yet the country where Microsoft comes from warns against this dependency. So how do we make sure public services don't become sort of subordinate to the whims of commercial companies? How do we maintain that they have access and control over the data, i.e. the means of governance? And Paul Niemitz, you're in the room and you know I love you to bits. The father or one of the main people behind the GDPR, but there's one big fault in the GDPR. It doesn't question the very business model of the commodification of people and companies and societies. How can we learn from the Californian data protection regulation and actually put prohibition on the table of repurposing and selling data? And lastly, of course, we all need competencies to be able to do what we want to do in workplaces. That's management as well as labour, need to be able to engage meaningfully in these discussions through competencies. So we can table, and I hope the European Union will have the courage to really table some new and innovative ideas in the Public Procurement Directive. Failing that, we can do this on a fragmented basis through collective bargaining, of course, on a national terms. But we definitely, in our article, argue for the latter. And with that, I hope you do read the chapter, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We heard from the editors about the concept and the philosophy of the book, a micro case study from Gothenburg and the macro perspective on public procurement and all the implications regarding the big tech. Stefan Olsson, what would you like to connect with most of all out of this huge, very inspirational introduction?
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot to everybody involved in the book. I mean, I think as everybody in this room, we're very impressed by. I mean, I'm very impressed by the work, and also because you do it in a very understandable way and show. I think that by doing that, there is this. There are some myths, I think, that we could get caught into. I mean, when we talk about Amazon or this type of, we look at the capitalism, I mean, this sort of. But actually, if you look at the example of the school placement, there is not an ideology of making money, or it's simply it's probably somebody who's actually trying to offer a good public service at the start of it, because resources can be used for other things, and then it goes wrong, so I think that to me is a very good lesson, that we need to look at the accidental deployment, and as well as the type of US type of economic deployment, and what because when I heard your presentation, I had a look in the book. I mean, you think, okay, but that's easy to fix, no? I mean, and if you live in Gothenburg, you know about the river, and you know that's a fair, honest mistake, and now we redo it. And so that you can understand. You deploy a new technology, it goes wrong, you fix it. But what is very interesting is that you don't fix it, and it's unfixable, and not even the courts can fix it. And that, of course, is and we saw that in the Dutch. I mean, that okay, the government had to resign, but in the meantime, people were in despair and their lives were destroyed. And so the elementary principles, I think you show, and also in the public procurement example, and that we should not be too sophisticated. We need to start with very basic principles. And I was not aware of the Helsinki Register, but I think it's a fascinating example, and it should be a basis for good public governance. I mean, it's so simple, and so I think for me that Laszlo, is what I see first, is that we can draw, and the book shows very, very, very clear first steps to be taken, and that's why I will also try to get this to as many colleagues and bring it in as much as possible in our internal debate in the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, also for being so focused and highlighting indeed a best practice, which is already a gift of this book to the discussion. Now we indeed have time, so I would like to open an interactive part. I would like to ask the audience if you would like to ask a question. Raise your hand. I can see already one hand and then a few. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Hang on.
Indeed. You give us a hard time. And then be concise, because the shorter, the briefer, to the point you are, the more people can speak, and also there will be time for the panelists to respond at the very end. I saw this gentleman. I can see the name O'Connor first, and then.
Hang on. I've got on my list. Czech,
Oh, dear.
Philip, Javier, Dumitru, Aida, and Angelo. And
Aurélie.
Diana. And Zoe, guys, I am afraid it's quite a lot. So again, Jack, Philip, Javier, Dumitru, Aida, Angelo, Aurélie, Diana, and Zoe.
Anyone from the
1 minute each.
We are still having other parts, and as you see, the discipline is perfect. So definitely there's going to be a space for your comments or questions. So Jack, please, really, hopefully not more than 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to all involved in organising today's event, and congratulations to FEPS on the book and the work. But there is a fundamental question, obviously. I haven't read the book, so I'm at a disadvantage, but what you appear to be saying is that we should adopt a pragmatic response and we can navigate around this and legislate around it and so on. I tend to that view myself, but I want to ask a question. I'm sure you're familiar with Stephen Hawking's book, Brief Answers to the Big Questions, because all you've said is about when it goes wrong, all the examples of when it goes wrong. His concern was, he took on board it could go wrong, but his concern is about when it went right. And when this phenomenon developed the capacity to outthink us. And his injunction was that basically we haven't evolved far enough to give birth to this thing. And I just wonder, I presume you've read the book, I just wonder, how do you deal with his injunction?
Thank you very much, Jack. Philip, 1 minute.
Thank you. The last speakers mentioned data centers, and I agree with her that actually there's one of the impacts is environmental degradation. But there is actually a huge level of spending being carried out at the moment on data centers, and this is obviously projected to increase in the years to come. Do you see a risk about this high level of spending and the possible debt that companies could incur because of this high level of spending and the impact of that on the economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. 1 minute.
Gracias, Lucy. Me ha conmovido la lucha de Charlotte Kronblatt con el Ayuntamiento de Gotemburgo. I will speak Spanish. Yes. Digo que me ha conmovido su lucha contra el Ayuntamiento de Gotemburgo y al final me ha desazonado esa justicia ciega, que a veces se dice la justicia tiene que ser ciega, pero ciega en el peor de los sentidos, que revela la sentencia. E inmediatamente me he puesto a pensar en los gastos jurídicos de abogados de las 6 principales compañías multinacionales del mundo, las 6 norteamericanas, para lograr imponer no solamente determinados modelos tecnológicos, sino su voluntad política. He consultado el valor, esta mañana, el valor de las 6, que son las 6 del ranking, la saudita de petróleo, que está un poquito abajo a continuación, es 21 billones de dólares, 21 trillion dollars, más que el PIB de Europa, 3 billones, 3 trillion more PIB, el Gross Domestic Product of Europe. Y recientemente, y esa sería mi pregunta, ¿qué opinan a Laszlo, tal vez a cualquiera, que 2 decisiones de la Comisión Europea en el proceso de negociación de ese acuerdo o capitulación con los Estados Unidos, el acuerdo comercial, hayan establecido un nuevo procedimiento que no solamente es de que sigan sin pagar impuestos, sino que hagamos un dumping fiscal contra las empresas europeas. Es decir, en pleno proceso de negociación, pensando que se podía conseguir cosas cediendo, todo lo contrario, contra un tipo de negociador como Donald Trump, se cancela el impuesto a las digitales y se sustituye por un impuesto a las empresas europeas. Y el G7 de Canadá exceptúa de pagar el 15% como mínimo a todas las multinacionales. Seguirán pagando las de todo el mundo, menos las más grandes, las norteamericanas. Bueno, ¿esto qué es? Estamos en sus manos y estamos colaborando. Creo que es una de las decisiones más lamentables de la Comisión Europea desde su constitución, que no sé si tiene remedio, pero estamos en manos de una gente que hoy sus líderes han apostado por la extrema derecha mundial, apoyando a Donald Trump. Esto es lo que realmente me preocupa, pero también me preocupa lo que le pasó a Charlotte Romblas que es a pequeña escala. Y creo que la inteligencia artificial hay que utilizarla para bien, pero reguladamente.
Thank you. Dumitru, please. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was rapporteur for digital identity and data sovereignty here in this House for an opinion, and we discussed a lot about this AI developments. My question is quite simple. It's about, because you are for a progressive, for social progress, organization which is dedicated to social progress. And I imagine these developments in the AI will guide us towards a society, towards a philosophical and political system which will recognize the role of shareholder of each user and citizen, which is integrated and which is contributing in functioning of this system. So do you see this as a political solution to tackle these developments in order to put, how to say, under control these extractivist approaches, which Mr. Dawes said, so it will accelerate the accumulation of value in a few hands, so it's obviously what the humanity doesn't want to have. So AI, it's a promise for the future, but we cannot accept that a few individuals using the talents of everyone will get richer and richer and will control us in a near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dumitru. Aida?
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to everybody, because it was a fascinating experience to hear you. But my question is directly to Stefan also, please. And you mentioned that the Commission, President von der Leyen spoke about this Quality Jobs Roadmap, and that there might be, or there will be a Quality Job Act next year. Also, I think that President von der Leyen spoke about possible initiative on algorithmic management. I think that this is still in the dossier of Commissioner Minsatu. Is there something that you can share about that? What would be the scope, or what are the ideas behind an initiative on algorithmic management? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the point. Angelo, please, 1 minute.
Yes, I'm talking in Italian. Sì, innanzitutto grazie. Non ripeto quanto già detto dai colleghi, in quanto condivido le riflessioni e le domande dei colleghi. Giusto 2 riferimenti molto veloci. Sul discorso dell'intelligenza artificiale condivido quanto avete detto, però penso, e lo stiamo facendo anche all'interno della mia organizzazione sindacale in Italia, che non ci si debba solo difendere. Noi ad esempio, dai quelli che sono i potenziali rischi dell'intelligenza artificiale, noi ad esempio come organizzazione sindacale stiamo sviluppando in collaborazione con delle grandi aziende un nostro sistema di intelligenza artificiale a disposizione del sindacato, dei lavoratori, dei sindacalisti nelle negoziazioni. Siamo già in fase molto avanzata e abbiamo intenzione di utilizzarlo come strumento non di difesa ma di attacco da questo punto di vista. Mi hanno colpito dopo i dati relativamente ai public procurement, agli appalti pubblici. Le cifre effettivamente sono enormi. Giusto un rimando, non riguardano solo esclusivamente le normative sociali, ma la questione relativa agli appalti pubblici riguarda in questa fase tutte le questioni relative alle riforme all'interno del mercato interno. Riguarda la single market strategy, riguarda la possibile futura riforma sui public procurement, riguarda anche il quadro pluriennale, il quadro finanziario pluriennale, riguarda il fondo di competitività, dove noi come gruppo 2 all'interno del Comitato Economico e Sociale stiamo cercando di negoziare dei riferimenti a condizionalità sociali che richiamino e rimandino alla contrattazione collettiva, che è l'elemento cardine per assicurare competitività e produttività. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Aurélie?
Bonjour, je vais parler français. Merci beaucoup pour vos interventions très éclairantes. On voit bien que derrière les enjeux économiques et aujourd'hui l'IA est prise d'un point de vue essentiellement économique dans la course avec notamment les États-Unis mais aussi la Chine. Il y a des enjeux écologiques, sociaux et démocratiques puisque c'est véritablement l'état de droit qui est menacé par la boîte noire. Or, aujourd'hui, on s'apprête à adopter on va vers un omnibus digital qui ne prend pas la voie de nouvelles réglementations, mais qui vise davantage à s'inscrire dans cette course au développement de l'IA à tout prix. Comment est-ce que comment porter cette vision beaucoup plus complexe de l'IA et finalement défendre les valeurs européennes à travers l'état de droit face aux assauts d'une logique économique de court terme.
Thank you very much. Diana Shabota.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to ask a very specific question, but that was already raised by Aida, so I'll leave it to a general comment. So my impression is that we are actually entering this debate and introducing AI in our economy, in our societies, building on the premise of fear of missing out. So that everyone is doing it, so we should also be doing it. But without a prerequisite debate, a fundamental debate in our society, what do we want from AI? Why are we introducing AI? And I'm not referring only to companies. I've seen many examples of companies uncritically introducing AI without knowing what they want to do, what they want to achieve with this AI and how is it going to function. But more problematically, we as societies are not having this fundamental debate, what kind of AI we want to have. And I think this is the role of EU, when we compare ourselves to the US. So this is where we have to stand out with having this bolder vision, to promoting a bolder vision of AI and to be able to create a better version of AI. Because what we are now seeing is that we are building our debates on these promises of AI, which are at best false promises. And at worst, and I think this is the reality that we have in practice, that AI is being actually used as an alibi to undermine workers' rights and worker conditions. But without this proper debate, and this is where the Workers Group should lead this debate, we cannot have a better version of society and a better competitiveness. We don't compete just on economic terms. This is not what the EU is. And I think this is where our role has to be. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And Zoe.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to the Workers Group for this very timely and very fascinating initiative and session. What I would like is to delve into the panelists' mind about the need we have as trade unions, as workers, to somehow demystify this event that is unfolding before us. Because yes, it is novel, there are many challenges, but if we look in a wider context, we see that we have a continuation of, well-known historic capitalistic work practices. We have a neo-Tayloristic logic into how work is being, cut into pieces and managed into small segments, which is adds another dimension to exploitation. So I think we should avoid technological determinism. And would the panelists agree that, for trade unions, working in the trade unions, we are completely, I'm sorry to say, unprepared. Our members are not prepared to deal with digital capitalism as a whole and this facet of artificial intelligence. These things develop very, very, very quickly. And from Charlotte Kronblad's intervention, we had this new window for me, which is, opened another, how this challenge combines with institutional bottlenecks to create new inequalities and new redlining and, marginalized segments of people. So thank you again for a wonderful morning.
Thank you very much. Back to you. Laszlo. You give the floor to whomever here.
The panelists are mine. So I would like to ask, in this case, the editors and the authors, and Stefan, if they would like to give short reactions. Short, I'm saying between 1 and 2 minutes, because that's how we can end on time. Would you like to start?
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the relevant points being raised here. I think one of the most important points that were raised is what we sometimes call question zero, and that is, should we use AI in this example or in this problem? And let's start by asking that question instead of like, oh, it would be fun to use AI. It's important to start why, which AI, which digital tool, owned by who, and where does the data end up? So that's, of course, much more boring than finding a nice AI tool online, but also much more important. And I think that also points at aspects also raised by several of the speakers of technological determinism and the problems of portraying AI as a race. And there's power actually in that rhetoric figure. So let's try to refrain by speaking about artificial intelligence as a race. And I think another interesting criticism on the book raised by the speakers is actually, aren't there any positive examples? And well, I think that's actually a good point. We tend to point out the problems, and that's not because there's no positive examples. But one of the positive examples in the book is actually from a small municipality in northern Sweden, Sundsvall, who is developing their own algorithms, just pointing at the fact that we don't want to be owned by a big tech. We don't want to send our data overseas somewhere. We want to develop it ourselves. Another chapter is pointing out like everything we can do with algorithms or artificial intelligence. We can put everything online. I mean, we can increase transparency, but it's a political decision. We need to decide to use tech to increase democracy, not to decrease it. Thank you.
Yes, I want to add on to this the upside, because I mean some of these companies that operate in this sphere, their fundamental principles are move fast and break things, and this could work in a private sector environment where the consequences are not so high, but for the public administration, public sector, there's lives on stake. So you have to work. I mean, there's ways to do that, but you have to work in other ways than the big tech companies. And then second is on the spending, and I think we're all a bit aghast on the massive money that's flowing into this sector. And I mean, they want to get the money back, right? This is not, they don't give the money away, and we know who risk paying this in the end. And they work through a monopolistic model, right? So, some good question. And then last, I think about the shareholder and the user. And I mean, we have for a long time paid lip service to the phrase that the workers and the users should actually be involved in the algorithms, but we don't really see it. And to quote the last year's Nobel Prize winner, he said workers should take control over AI, end quote. I mean, this is our goal, but we have still quite a far way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotta?
Thank you so much. Very many insightful comments to this discussion, I think. What I want to add to that, or that made me reflect further, is really this combination of black boxes or system being black box together, being wrapped up in the same wrapping paper, and then the individual systems are even harder to contest and actually correct and look into. So I think that is a very vital point to get to. And I also think that as many of the points here have been, I think it's vital to understand that there is no ethical AI. There are more or less ethical ways to use and implement AI. And we need to have AI literacy, which is a concept mentioned in the AI Act, to actually understand how to do that in the correct and an ethical way. So I think to have these conversations around both good and bad ways to use AI is vital to actually do it in an ethical way. So thank you for being so engaged in this discussion.
Thank you much. Christina?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, brilliant points. Let me just highlight a couple on the increasing expenses, data centers amongst them. I think we all should realize that Microsoft this year has taken away all discounts on multiple licenses. So if you're a municipality or university, you have multiple, all that's been cut. And because they know we are so now dependent on them, they're doing this. It's arrogant, right? And of course, the cost of data centers, the cost of mining for the rare minerals, all of that's going to go up, and it will be pushed onto the consumers. On the fear of missing out, I really appreciate that comment, because if you look at why a lot of companies are introducing technology, it's mainly because the competitors have them. Or, you know, McKinsey or some of the other big five tech consultancies persuade them to, but there's not a clear strategy. Although we have in the GDPR the data minimalization principle, and I think we need to remind public services and employers in the private sector about this, right? I think that would be very, very clear. And then lastly, I think we really also have to address our own dependencies, our own sort of conveniences, because there are alternative solutions out there, LibreOffice instead of Microsoft, and we just really need to say that we ourselves are prepared to be less convenient and more troublesome, but do it for the best of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Stefan.
Thank you very much, and again, very many thanks to the very political and interesting input from everybody here. There was one very specific question from Ida. So the dynamics is that, as I hinted at, in order to prepare the Quality Jobs Roadmap, we went out with a massive consultation, and the issues we've discussed here today came up in that, which should, and it's always difficult to comment on a document that it hasn't been adopted yet, but which should be reflected in the Quality Jobs Roadmap. And as our President has signaled that there will be an act, that means in the procedure many of us are now acquainted with, that there will have to be a two-stage consultation of the social partners before that act is proposed, whatever it entails. And there also needs to be an impact assessment and etc. So I mean, that's a procedural reply, but you'll understand that it's not easy for me to predict how that's going to end. But what is important, and I've said it before, but it is that we all engage, and you engage very practically in 2026 or from as of 3rd of December into the debate on how you feel as politicians, as trade unions, as researchers, what is the best action for the EU in this area, addressing many of the issues we've discussed here, and that the book highlights. I mean, the Act would maybe not deal with some of the issues that we've discussed here. The Act is as I read it, more of a working condition workers' rights, while many of the issues discussed here were also citizens' rights and democracy issues. So those also will have to be taken in many other fora. But yeah, I hope that helps a bit. Thanks.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. I would like to close this panel with gratitude to the editors and the authors. I think we have a wonderful book. It's inspired this excellent discussion on the side of the panel, but also the very active audience. So thanks to all. And the next... Yes, we will hand over our places to the next panel, which will be moderated by Justin Nogeret from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung.
But as we don't have the first speakers of the panel here yet, which is the MEP, 3 speakers, so let's have a 10 minutes break, but please just 10 minutes break. We can reshuffle here and just have a coffee break outside, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Justin Oogreder from FES Future of Work, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here for this second panel of this morning. Do we need an EU initiative on algorithms at the workplace? I try to make that sound like a question mark because this is exactly what we're going to discuss this morning in the coming 1.5 hours. Should we have an initiative? Should it be legal? And if so, what should it look like? As Stefan Olsson already said earlier this morning, there might be quite a large consensus or agreement on that in this room, but the reality outside this room is very different. So I think it makes a lot of sense to discuss this together and to see exactly why we really need this initiative, if it should be legal, why, and really build a strong case for that if we're convinced that this should happen. Before we start, I'd like to apologize for the quick delay. But there was a very good reason, because several MEPs among us were exactly discussing a legal or their own initiative report in the Parliament on algorithmic management this morning in the Parliament, and they will continue this afternoon. So a very packed day for them on exactly this topic. So I would want to give a warm round of applause to all the panelists, and specifically the MEPs for making it a very charged day. Thanks a lot. Before we really dive in, let's take a quick step back. It already was discussed this morning, but just so we're all clear what we're discussing, what is algorithmic management? Very basically, it's about the automation of core management functions. Monitoring workers, evaluating their performance, distributing tasks. Then the second question, of course, is, okay, why is this such an issue? Why should we discuss this here right now? Why do we need an initiative? And of course, when you talk about algorithmic management, you can of course say, hey, there's a promise of technology and of algorithmic management specifically for productivity gains, for greater efficiency. And as I guess all of us have experienced, at least I know that I did, sometimes you had a boss in your past life where you felt like maybe it would have been nice to have actually been managed by a robot or an algorithm instead. It would have been less of a nuisance. But this is perhaps a little bit too rosy of a picture. Because when you automate management, there's a bunch of things that can also happen. The first is perhaps that it makes it much more easy to surveil. For surveillance to be pervasive, ubiquitous, intransparent. So that workers feel that maybe there's not an escape. And that's really something we see. And second, when you automate management, you also put it at a distance. So it becomes opaquer, it becomes easier to dodge responsibilities as well. And so these are real risks that we face and that should be discussed. Other than that, of course, the main reason we're here today is also that these tools are being used much more. When we discussed these topics maybe 5 years ago, we were mainly discussing the platform economy. But right now, these tools are being used. They're spreading throughout the economy. Again, this was flagged this morning, early this morning, but I want to emphasize that point. So we really see it across the economy. Telecoms, healthcare, logistics, of course, prime example, personal services. These things are here and they're increasing. And a bunch of studies confirms that. So we have the OECD, the ILO, the European Commission, last month the European Parliament. They assessed that in the medium term, about 55% of workers will be exposed to algorithmic management tools. Of course, FEPS itself has done a big study as well on this in the Nordics, as many of you will know. So that makes it a very relevant topic. And of course, this is taken up politically as well. So the Vice President, the Executive Vice President of the Commission, I wanted to say for social affairs and employment, but her title has changed a lot. For skills, quality jobs and preparedness, has been tasked to look into an EU initiative on this topic. And of course, the Parliament is also working on an own initiative report on algorithmic management, AI and digitalization. At the same time, there's not just a push towards more rules, more initiatives, perhaps legal, on this domain. Because we also see a push towards deregulation. In a few weeks, we'll have the Digital Omnibus Act, which will potentially simplify and roll back some of the existing protections We talk about the General Data Protection Regulation here. We talk about the AI Act, which are, of course, also very relevant when we discuss algorithmic management and the workplace. And so this is a very interesting political moment and an interesting time to discuss this topic here in the European Economic and Social Committee. What we want to do is really pose first the question. So to all panelists, I want to raise the question, do we need an EU legal initiative on algorithmic management? If so, why? If not, why not? I will also want to leave a lot of time for questions and answers, because I know that there's a lot of interest on this topic. We already saw it earlier this morning. And if there's a very broad sense of agreement, I might play a little bit of a devil's advocate, because I think it is a difficult political moment. There is a lot of pushback against any new legislation, and I think we should discuss that seriously here as well. With that being said, I would quickly introduce all the panelists. First, I want to welcome Franca Salis-Madinier. She was the former vice president of the Workers Group here in the EESC, in the European Economic and Social Committee. So it's a bit of a home game for you, Franca. You also co-wrote a report on AI that was delivered to President Macron. So you also have expertise specifically on AI from the innovation side, so very interesting. Second, I want to welcome Estelle Keulemans, also to my right. Estelle Keulemans, also a member of the European Parliament, a coordinator for the Socialists and Democrats on employment in the Ample Committee, and also a shadow rapporteur for the S&D on this topic. So you were also in the deliberations this morning and this afternoon, I understood. Third, I will move to Isabel Sherman. Isabel Sherman, Deputy General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation, the ETUC. Very much engaged on algorithm management, AI at the workplace, so you also bring a great expertise and interest on this topic, so very happy to have you here as well. Thank you for joining us. Fourth, to my left, André Boula. He is a member of the European Parliament for the EPP. He is the rapporteur for the EP's own initiative report on exactly the topic that we'll discuss today. And yeah, it's been an incredibly charged day for you, so very glad that you can make it today for this important panel. Then I continue on my left, Laila Chaibi, member of the European Parliament as well, for the left grouping, also coordinator for a group on employment files, very engaged on these topics, also the platform work director already in the previous legislature. So strong voice on this. Very happy that you're here with us, Laila. Great. And last but not least, Tom Bevers on our absolute left. Tom Bevers is the special advisor. Actually, Tom, I have to look this up because the title is so long that I couldn't memorize this. Advisor General and Director of International Relations and Socio-Economic Studies in the Belgium Federal Service for Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue. He also chairs the Management Board of the European Labour Authority. That's a mouthful, but all very relevant and interesting positions for our discussion today. With that pretty long introduction, because we have a pretty full panel, I would like to give the floor first to Franca. Franca, how do you assess the need for an EU initiative? Should it be legal? And if so, why? And if you could stick to 4 minutes, all of you. I will say this by the power invested in me by Lucy, who put me under a lot of pressure. So if I'm being harsh, it's both my nationality, I'm Dutch, we're known to be rude, but I will also blame you, Lucy. Apologies for that. Let's take it away. Franca, please.
Alors, merci. Juste un bonjour à tous et à toutes mes anciennes et mes anciens collègues. Donc, je vais prendre 30 secondes pour remercier de votre attention. Vous pensez, vous êtes débarrassé complètement de moi, je suis encore là. Donc, moi, ça me fait plaisir en tout cas de vous voir et de participer à ce débat avec des illustres acteurs de la décision et aussi des actes législatifs en Europe. Donc, d'autant plus important, me semble, ce débat qui m'a fait venir, nonobstant un virus ne m'est pas épargné ces 2 derniers jours. Donc, ma voix sera encore plus nasale que d'habitude et peut-être mes airs encore mieux roulés comme italienne d'origine. Voilà, pardon pour cette petit préalable, mais j'y tenais. Alors, je n'ai pas fait un rapport à M. Macron, j'ai participé à une commission du gouvernement français qui a rendu un rapport Macron et j'étais la seule syndicaliste. là-dedans. Donc, ça me semble quand même important et je pense avoir laissé quelques traces dans ce rapport rendu à M. Macron l'année dernière sur l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, d'abord, on parle de technologie, on parle de progrès. Est-ce qu'on est contre la technologie? Est-ce qu'on est contre l'IA? Non. C'est comme l'eau, l'électricité, on ne va pas être contre. On va essayer d'en faire une alliée. Et quand on parle du travail, parce que là, pour l'instant, on va se limiter aux enjeux sur le monde du travail, un progrès, ça veut dire que ça émancipe l'humain, les travailleurs, que ça lui donne du pouvoir, que ça lui donne de l'autonomie, que ça lui donne du pouvoir sur la machine notamment, et sur la qualité globalement de son travail, santé, sécurité, etc. Donc, moi, j'analyse une technologie à la aune de ces résultats. Alors, pour moi, donc, une technologie, et cette technologie-là doit être transparente. Aujourd'hui, on a parlé d'opacité. Compréhensible, parce que si je vais la manipuler, être le maître de cette technologie, il faut que je la comprenne, quelque part. Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait sur moi? Comment elle interagit avec mon activité? Et donc, manipulable. Et donc, moi, je pense qu'on peut faire tout ça avec cette technologie à condition qu'on dialogue, qu'on expérimente, qu'on l'expérimente sous les activités réelles du travail avant de l'étendre et de l'utiliser. Donc, du dialogue social, bien évidemment, et du dialogue et des expérimentations avec la partie des travailleurs. Or, moi, je note, et nous avons tous noté, qu'il y a une hystérie dans cette planète, et une hystérie, surtout en Europe, qu'on doit absolument adopter, quoi que ça coûte, une technologie n'importe comment et n'importe où. Donc, on ne prend pas ces temps, notamment sur le travail, lorsque je mets une gestion dans les ressources humaines, lorsque je mets des outils, par exemple, moi j'ai des exemples, je vais vous en donner tout à l'heure, donc on ne prend pas le temps de l'expérimentation, de l'évaluation des impacts. Est-ce que ça fait du bien pour l'égalité? Est-ce que ça fait du bien pour l'inclusion? Est-ce que ça fait du bien pour la santé au travail? Donc, il faut prendre ce temps d'évaluer. Et moi, ce que je constate, c'est aussi qu'en France, du moins, mais je pense que c'est aussi une réalité ailleurs, beaucoup d'entreprises lancent une centaine de projets et il y en a 4 ou 5 qui n'échouent pas. Donc, vous voyez, mais cette course révèle un peu que ça fait toujours dans la précipitation. Alors, pour répondre après à la demande de Justin, mais je vais quand même l'argumenter, moi, aujourd'hui, j'interroge mes équipes dans les terrains, toutes entreprises confondues, et les grandes entreprises et les groupes multinationaux, qui sont ceux qui utilisent aujourd'hui les outils d'intelligence artificielle en grand nombre, avec un taux important par rapport à une PME, par exemple, ou par rapport à un secteur artisanal. Moi, je viens d'une entreprise de technologie, je viens d'Orange. Dans mon entreprise, on demande depuis 2 ans un accord international sur l'intelligence artificielle, parce qu'Orange a introduit les outils. Et mes DS, mes délégués syndicaux me disent on est mis devant le fait accompli. On est mis devant le fait accompli. Nonobstant on soit constructif, on ne refuse pas, il n'y a pas aujourd'hui ni d'accord ni des dialogues là-dessus. Et donc, par exemple, on a introduit un outil, Speech Analytics, qui analyse la réponse des conseillers clients aux clients sans l'intervention du manager humain. C'est uniquement la machine qui analyse les discours, les réponses, la fréquence, l'émotion, etc. Et on ne sait pas pour quelle finalité. Pour quelle finalité? Est-ce que c'est pour détecter les erreurs et améliorer les performances? Ou est-ce que c'est pour détecter les erreurs et les sanctionner? Pas des promotions, voire des licenciements. Donc, où est-ce qu'on a consulté les représentants des travailleurs pour dire, voilà, on veut faire ça et on veut le faire avec cette finalité. Orange, donc ce n'est pas l'entreprise où il y a moins de dialogue social sur d'autres affaires. La Poste utilise un outil qui s'appelle Predict pour prédire les absentéismes des facteurs, d'accord, et programmer comme ça un plus facile remplacement, soi-disant. Mais quelles données sont utilisées? Jusqu'à quel point je peux prédire que cette personne est absente et pour quelles raisons? Tout ça, c'est fait dans la plus grande opacité. Voilà, je dois faire vite. Hein. Bon, je n'ai pas terminé, mais alors, moi, j'ai dit, et je l'ai dit dans notre avis qui a été adopté en janvier, il faut, M. Olson, et je lui donne tout à fait raison, disait, on a beaucoup de choses en Europe. Oui, on a des législations sociales en Europe. Est-ce que la rapidité de ces évolutions, les enjeux qu'elles posent aujourd'hui, elles sont utilisées de plus en plus dans les entreprises, nos législations sont adéquates? Moi, je pense qu'il faut partir de ces législations, mais il faut les adapter. Minimum, il faut les adapter. L'RGPD n'est pas utilisé, n'est pas adapté à protéger les données personnelles ni collectives qui sont aujourd'hui collectées dans les entreprises. L'AI Act n'est pas fait pour le monde du travail. Il contient certes des choses sur le travail, mais n'est pas fait pour la consultation ou l'information ou la transparence vis-à-vis des travailleurs. La législation, la directive sur le dialogue social et sur l'information n'est pas adaptée à l'IA. Il n'y a pas dit que l'IA est une technologie qui mérite et qui doit être même un sujet prioritaire des dialogues sociaux itératifs parce qu'elle évolue. Donc voilà, moi je pense qu'il faut partir de là. Il y a la plateforme, la directive Platform Workers, elle aussi, elle contient un chapitre intéressant qu'il faudrait étendre à tous les travailleurs qui aujourd'hui sont concernés par ces pratiques managériales. Merci.
Thank you very much, Franca. That was a very clear call. So if I understood you correctly, you said there's big flaws in the current collective bargaining environment. It's not working as it should when we talk about AI, when we talk about algorithmic management. And you see a space for adapting our existing laws at a minimum. When you talk about GDPR, of course, the AI Act, we know, has like clear flaws when you talk about workplace technology. That's very clear. Thank you very much. I'll note you down 4. Yeah, we need a new legal initiative. With that, let's move on to Laila. Laila, do you agree with what you just heard from Franca? Do you have something to add? You think we need more or less? Please.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour l'invitation et pour l'organisation de ce débat. Alors oui, je suis d'accord avec l'entièreté du propos de Franca. Moi, donc, je suis shadow rapporteur, donc je suis chargée des négociations sur le rapport d'initiative législative de Monsieur Boula et donc de la commission Emploi Affaires sociales sur le management algorithmique. Et dans le précédent mandat, c'est mon 2e mandat au Parlement européen, j'étais shadow rapporteur, donc en charge des négociations pour mon groupe politique, le groupe de la gauche, sur les différentes étapes de la directive pour les travailleurs des plateformes, rapport d'initiative législative et rapport d'initiative, rapport législatif ensuite, quand la Commission européenne a fait sa proposition. Et je voudrais replacer ce débat sur est-ce qu'il faut ou pas une régulation, une législation sur le management algorithmique dans le contexte, dans la perspective plus large de l'histoire du droit social et même de l'histoire du salariat, du statut salarié. Parce que je vois là sur vos chevalets que vous venez de plein de pays en Europe et partout en Europe, on a un droit du travail différent, on a un droit social différent. Mais partout en Europe, on a ce statut salarié qui est finalement un compromis, qui est que, en échange du temps que va donner un travailleur à un patron, eh bien, il y a des droits. On ne nie pas le lien de subordination, mais parce que justement le lien de subordination, il est acceptable, eh bien la contrepartie, c'est qu'il est encadré, qu'il y a du dialogue social, qu'il y a une durée du travail qui est limitée, qu'il y a des indemnités quand vous êtes en arrêt maladie. Enfin, il y a un ensemble de règles, voilà, des droits au congé payés, etc., qui fait qu'il y a ce statut salarié qui est un compromis qui est accepté et qui fait consensus partout. Maintenant, ce compromis, il a été construit sur la base d'un modèle où le lien de subordination, il était exercé dans un modèle traditionnel où il y avait une personne physique. Et les enjeux que pose le management algorithmique, c'est que, eh bien maintenant, c'est plus un responsable que vous pouvez aller voir quand vous n'êtes pas satisfait de la décision, mais c'est que les décisions sont prises par un algorithme. Et je crois qu'il y a besoin de réguler parce que l'algorithme, c'est en quelque sorte le règlement intérieur du XXIe siècle. Et déjà la base, mais comme l'a très bien dit Franca, c'est de faire en sorte que les règles qui s'appliquent au modèle d'organisation, au modèle de management traditionnel, elles existent quand c'est un algorithme qui exerce la subordination. C'est à minima donc pour empêcher qu'il y ait une régression des droits et qu'on augmente l'asymétrie des relations entre le travailleur et le patron, qu'il n'y ait pas une régression après ces années, ces décennies où on est arrivé à un compromis qui est acceptable. Et puis à maxima, pourquoi pas que ces évolutions technologiques avec le management algorithmique, elles permettent même l'émancipation, elles permettent d'augmenter, elles permettent d'avoir plus de droits. Alors, il faut réguler. Pourquoi? Parce que il y a des trous dans la raquette avec les directives qui existent. Je n'ai pas le temps là de développer, mais on a la directive sur les travailleurs des plateformes, donc, qui est une bonne directive, mais qui concerne uniquement les travailleurs des plateformes. Et il y a plusieurs éléments, je pense, qu'il faut retirer de cette directive et transposer et diffuser à l'ensemble des travailleurs qui sont soumis au management algorithmique, même s'ils ne travaillent pas pour une plateforme. Plusieurs éléments. D'abord, la transparence de l'algorithme. Qu'on sache si l'algorithme me demande de prendre telle ou telle décision, c'est parce que en fait, j'ai inséré tel ou tel critère. Est-ce que c'est, par exemple, pour reprendre les éléments de la directive sur les travailleurs des plateformes, est-ce que parce que je refuse des petites courses, en fait, pour me sanctionner, l'algorithme va me proposer que des petites courses, ou alors à l'inverse, si je refuse des petites courses, l'algorithme va comprendre qu'il faut me proposer des grosses courses. Voilà, tous ces éléments-là. Savoir qu'il y ait une transparence sur l'algorithme de la même manière que vous avez une transparence sur le règlement intérieur, sur les règles d'organisation de l'entreprise. Premier élément, donc la transparence de l'algorithme. La protection des données. L'algorithme se nourrit de données. C'est important qu'il y ait une protection des données. Et là, contrairement à la sphère hors travail, le consentement ne suffit pas. Vous me direz, il y a le RGPD qui fait qu'à partir du moment où vous consentez, vous acceptez, vos données peuvent être utilisées. Quand vous êtes dans un environnement de travail où il y a un lien de subordination, le consentement n'est pas acceptable parce qu'il n'y a pas de consentement libre et éclairé dans un rapport de subordination où si on me demande de signer, de donner mes données, sinon je n'ai pas le contrat de travail, évidemment que je vais signer, que je vais consentir. Donc on ne peut pas se baser sur le RGPD, c'est pour ça qu'il faut des règles plus précises. Par exemple, c'est évidemment de ne pas utiliser les données émotionnelles. Alors, qu'est-ce que sont que les données émotionnelles? Parce que certains diront que dans l'IA Act, il y a déjà l'interdiction d'utiliser les données émotionnelles. On a des fois le débat sur c'est quoi les données émotionnelles. Si par exemple je suis sur mon lieu de travail et que j'ai quelque chose qui mesure, une caméra devant mon ordinateur qui va mesurer mes battements de cils pour voir si je suis nerveux ou pas, eh bien, pour moi, c'est une donnée, je vous dirais que c'est une donnée émotionnelle. C'est qu'on va en déduire si je suis nerveux ou pas. Eh bien, d'autres vous diront que non, ce n'est pas une donnée émotionnelle, c'est une donnée comportementale. Donc ça, je pense qu'il faut avoir une interdiction d'utiliser les données émotionnelles qui soit large, une interdiction d'utiliser des données personnelles qui n'ont rien à voir avec le lieu de travail. Par exemple, savoir si utiliser sur les données données sur votre application temps de sommeil, par exemple, pour en déduire des recommandations sur est-ce que je vais lui proposer un temps de pause ou pas, ou est-ce que je vais être plus sévère parce qu'il a mal dormi. Ça, interdiction. Donc, il nous faut des règles. Voilà. Je conclus. Oui. Donc, la nécessité d'avoir un humain pour répondre à des décisions importantes comme le licenciement, d'abord le licenciement et l'embauche, qu'un humain prenne la décision, l'information consultation. Et je pense qu'en fait, c'est aussi une question d'égalité de tous les travailleurs. Maintenant qu'on a la directive sur les travailleurs des plateformes, ce ne serait pas normal que certains travailleurs soumis à un algorithme aient des droits et que d'autres n'aient pas. Et c'est aussi un élément donc, qui qui est à prendre en compte. Et je suis très, enfin voilà, j'espère qu'on va arriver à une position commune du Parlement européen pour demander une directive. On sait qu'au niveau des échéances, la commissaire Roxana Mitsatou doit présenter en décembre la roadmap sur les emplois de qualité et que là, j'espère qu'on sera en mesure que le Parlement fasse un appel fort pour une directive sur le management algorithmique. Merci.
Thank you very much, Laila. Very interesting. So what you sketch is a sort of broad trend where algorithmic systems replace the human, and we need kind of a broad update of our rights to make sure that we don't lose protections that have been long-standing. I hear some pretty strong advocacy for an extension of the Platform Work Directive, at least the best elements of it, to all workers, because that is indeed an inconsistency. You also flag the inconsistencies of the GDPR that also came up earlier, as mentioned by Franca. We'll touch upon that later. But before we do that, I would like to go to André. André, you are the rapporteur of the EP own initiative report on algorithmic management, and I understand the vote in the Employment Committee will take place next week, so a pretty charged moment. What is your stance on these topics? Do we need a legal initiative? Can you shed any light on what will be decided? Please take it away. Thank you.
Good morning. I will speak Polish, so could you prepare? Okay. Thank you. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie na to spotkanie i do tej debaty. Mam również nadzieję na wymianę poglądów. I oczywiście trzeba sobie wyraźnie powiedzieć, że nie boimy się tych poglądów. Temat cyfryzacji, sztucznej inteligencji i zarządzania algorytmicznego znajduje się dziś w centrum uwagi wszystkich uczestników rynku pracy. Właśnie dlatego Parlament Europejski postanowił odpowiedzieć na te potrzeby. Raport, którego jestem sprawozdawcą, ma na celu przedstawienie, i to jest najważniejsze w tym raporcie, spójnej wizji relacji między pracodawcą a pracownikami w bezpiecznym, transparentnym i przewidywalnym środowisku pracy. Pragniemy skupić się na zarządzaniu algorytmicznym jako jednym z elementów nowoczesnych technologii funkcjonujących w miejscu pracy. I to zarządzanie algorytmiczne dotyka wszystkich sektorów gospodarki, wszystkich państw członkowskich i tak naprawdę codziennie kształtuje relacje kilkuset milionów ludzi. W Unii Europejskiej prawie ponad 200 milionów pracowników. Coraz częściej to nie bezpośredni przełożony, a algorytm decyduje o kluczowych aspektach dotyczących stosunku pracy. Potencjał technologii jest ogromny. Nie kwestionujemy prawa pracodawców do wybrania takiej technologii zgodnie z AI Act, która wpłynie na lepsze funkcjonowanie firmy, na konkurencyjność. Ta technologia może poprawić bezpieczeństwo pracy, zmniejszyć obciążenia i zoptymalizować procesy. Ale nie możemy po drugiej stronie zignorować zagrożeń, presji wydajności, nadmiernego i ciągłego nadzoru, braku przejrzystości w dostępie do informacji i, co się często zdarza, ryzyka wykluczenia. A ponieważ mówimy o zjawisku w wymiarze horyzontalnym, które przekracza granice branż i krajów, potrzebujemy harmonizacji i jasności dla wszystkich uczestników wspólnego rynku. Potrzebujemy jasnych i uczciwych ram, spójnego podejścia, które zapewni równe warunki działania dla firm, a jednocześnie skuteczną ochronę praw pracowników w każdym zakątku Unii Europejskiej. bo bardzo się różnimy pod tym względem. Jest to czasami też naszą wartością. Dlatego wychodzę z założenia i oczywiście mam nadzieję, że też wspólnie z Lajlą, z Markiem i z innymi koleżankami posłami doszliśmy do porozumienia, że musimy zadbać o obie strony kontraktu społecznego, jakim jest umowa o pracę. Zapewniając przedsiębiorcom jasność prawną, równe i przejrzyste zasady, a pracownikom odpowiedni poziom informacji, niezbędnych szkoleń i ochrony. Obowiązujące dyrektywy, które już funkcjonują, są oczywiście bardzo ważne, są również przepisami horyzontalnymi. Ale często skupiamy się na technologii, kiedy mówimy o AI Act, skupiamy się na danych, kiedy mówimy o ochronie danych osobowych, a tu chcę jeszcze raz podkreślić, że chcemy zająć się relacją pracodawca-pracownik. W tym celu w moim sprawozdaniu proponuję zestaw bardzo konkretnych elementów. Po pierwsze jest to prawo do informacji, szczególnie dla pracownika, który znajduje się w nowym środowisku, w środowisku pracy, kiedy jest to jego pierwsza praca, więc ta wzajemny przepływ informacji musi być kluczowym elementem tego kontraktu, tej umowy o pracę. Po drugie, nadrzędność zasady nadzoru ludzkiego. Mamy to zawarte w naszych rekomendacjach. Po trzecie, obowiązek konsultacji. Badania jasno wykazują, że zaangażowanie przedstawicieli pracowników w proces wdrażania innowacji pozytywnie wpływa na stopień ich zrozumienia, otwartość i motywację pracowników. Pracownicy również mają powód do dumy i do satysfakcji, kiedy pracują na nowoczesnych rozwiązaniach technologicznych. Pragną tego, chcą być do tego przygotowani. Po czwarte, ochrona danych osobowych. Niezwykle ważny jest komponent wzmocnienia kompetencji, szkolenia i wsparcia dla przedsiębiorców. Zarówno w tych pierwszych dniach pracy nowego pracownika, jak i w trakcie, kiedy będziemy wdrażać nowe technologie, czy będziemy usprawniać, czy będziemy rozbudowywać nasze algorytmy. Bo nie jesteśmy przeciwko nowoczesnym technologiom, tylko jesteśmy za odpowiednim wdrożeniem ich w życie. Zaproponowany, mogę już dzisiaj powiedzieć, przez nas dokument nie ma na celu tworzenia dodatkowych warstw biurokracji i nowych obowiązków sprawozdawczych, a jedynie równych zasad, jasności prawnej i warunków do rozwoju dla pracowników. Mam nadzieję, że znajdziemy w Parlamencie Europejskim zwolenników takiego sposobu myślenia o tym nowym wyzwaniu, które jest między nami i wśród nas. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, De André. I heard a lot of agreement also on the fact that algorithm management is spreading across the economy. You mentioned the importance of workers' rights to information, worker protections around privacy, data protection. So I feel there's quite some agreement already. Information, training, of course. We will get into some of these specifics a little bit later. Before we do, let's move to Estelle. Estelle, we already heard 3 speakers. What would you like to add on this question? I mean, spoiler alert, I guess you will not come out against a legal initiative, but what kind of specifics would you like to add to the discussion so far? Thank you.
Je vais m'exprimer en français. Donc, tout d'abord, merci effectivement donc, au CESE et à la FEPS d'organiser cet événement parce que je pense qu'il faut, sur le métier, 100 fois remettre notre ouvrage, et en particulier sur une question qui est essentielle. Alors, comme l'a dit Franquin, on n'est pas contre le progrès. Hein, et puis de toute façon, même si on était contre, je pense qu'il faut vivre avec. Il est là, je veux dire, cette intelligence artificielle. Et d'ailleurs, je remercie encore le CESE et Franca pour l'avis qui a été effectivement rendu en ce début d'année, que j'ai lu avec grande attention, et qui commence en disant, en citant effectivement la déclaration commune des partenaires sociaux du G7 en Italie, qui dit que l'évolution rapide des systèmes d'intelligence artificielle, y compris l'intelligence artificielle générative, est sans aucun doute l'une des tendances les plus marquantes qui touchent le monde du travail et plus largement nos sociétés. L'avenir nous dira si cette transformation se produira pour le meilleur ou pour le pire, et le tour qu'elle prendra dépendra des décisions des responsables politiques. Donc voilà, on y est effectivement au cœur du sujet. C'est effectivement notre responsabilité ici de mieux encadrer cette intelligence artificielle pour qu'elle se fasse finalement, comme le dit le titre d'ailleurs de cet avis, au profit des travailleurs et travailleuses. Alors, même constat, et je soutiens tout à fait l'analyse de Franca et de cet avis. Donc aujourd'hui, les législations existantes ne sont pas suffisantes. Certains essaient de nous faire croire, il suffirait peut-être de les adapter à la marche. Non, les législations existantes ne sont pas suffisantes, que ce soit, ça a été dit, le règlement général pour la protection des données, l'IA Act, ou les directives, celles sur l'information et la consultation des travailleurs de 2002, ou celle de 1989 sur santé et sécurité au travail. Et donc, c'est vraiment notre responsabilité, effectivement, de mieux protéger les travailleurs. Et je me permettrai quand même d'y revenir parce que c'est un sujet et un enjeu essentiel. Parce que mieux protéger les travailleurs et les travailleuses par rapport à des enjeux comme ceux-là, mais aussi assurer une meilleure protection sociale, c'est aussi notre bouclier démocratique. Et que de plus en plus de travailleurs et de travailleuses, s'ils se sentent effectivement lâchés, perdus, face et surtout à l'émergence de ces technologies, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont comme tendance à faire? Et on le voit malheureusement au niveau européen. Certaines élections arrivent à limiter la casse, et heureusement d'ailleurs aux Pays-Bas récemment, mais ils se tournent effectivement vers des partis d'extrême droite qui leur mentent sur ces questions. Alors voilà, peut-être d'abord un élément. Est-ce qu'il est réaliste aussi, et on entend l'engagement de différents représentants de groupes politiques ici, est-ce qu'il est vraiment réaliste d'imaginer qu'on aura une directive européenne? Je suis heureuse évidemment d'entendre le rapporteur s'engager en disant qu'il faut effectivement un acte législatif sur cette question. Peut-être rappeler évidemment qu'on dépend de la Commission pour avoir une initiative législative, qu'en plus, si on regarde bien le grand fil rouge qui trace toute la ligne, toutes les lettres de mission de nos commissaires européens, et en particulier aussi celle de Mme Minzatou, qui nous intéresse évidemment ici en l'occurrence, on nous parle surtout du rapport Draghi, de simplification, de compétitivité, enfin simplification qui ressemble plus à une dérégulation qu'autre chose d'ailleurs. Et si on regarde d'ailleurs la lettre de mission de Mme Minzatou, il n'y a pour le moment aucune initiative qui est prévue. Alors, merci Monsieur Boula, nous serons évidemment avec vous pour réclamer une initiative législative, notamment sur l'intelligence artificielle. Mais voilà, il faudra effectivement guerroyer, juste à titre de comparaison, parce que je la fais souvent. Par exemple, pour Nicolas Schmit, notre précédent commissaire, il y avait au moins 6 initiatives législatives qui étaient prévues, une sur justement les travailleurs de plateforme, le salaire minimum. Mais ici, il n'y a rien. Il y a 2 initiatives qui sont citées, notamment sur le droit à la déconnexion éventuellement, ou l'encadrement en tout cas du management par algorithme, mais on ne parle pas d'initiative législative en tant que telle. Et comme l'a dit effectivement tout à l'heure Leïla, on attend beaucoup. Donc Mme Minzatou doit nous sortir un Quality Job Roadmap, donc, mais qui pour le moment n'a rien de contraignant sur effectivement pour la fin de cette année. Et on nous parle d'un Quality Job Act pour le 4e trimestre 2026, donc dans un an. Et là, il y aurait peut-être des éléments sur ce droit à la déconnexion, sur le management par algorithme. Mais on nous dit aussi que ce ne seraient pas des directives en tant que telles. Or, ce que nous voulons, ce sont des directives pleines et entières. Parce que dans notre commission emploi, nous avons pour le moment tout un programme de travail sur des initiatives législatives, donc pour réclamer auprès de la Commission pour avoir des actes législatifs. Et ils sont de plusieurs ordres. Parce que, évidemment, la question de l'intelligence artificielle, et je vais y revenir sur le contenu très rapidement, est évidemment essentielle. Mais quelque part, il faut regarder ça aussi par rapport à l'ensemble des enjeux qui sont liés
à cette question de l'intelligence artificielle. Donc pour le moment, on a tout un programme de travail donc, qui est défini par les 5 groupes non fascistes au sein de la commission emploi. On veut d'abord, effectivement, travailler sur un rapport d'initiative législative pour une directive sur intelligence artificielle sur le lieu de travail et donc le management, mieux encadrer le management par algorithme. 2, on en veut une aussi sur la transition juste, parce que les travailleurs sont confrontés à différentes transitions. Moi, j'en ai 3, souvent. Donc, la digitale, la climatique et la nécessaire réindustrialisation de l'Europe. Et il faut aussi protéger, former les travailleurs qui sont confrontés à ces grandes transitions. Et puis, il y en a une 4e initiative législative, troisième initiative législative, et sur laquelle, en tout cas, moi, je serai rapportrice. Ah oui, je veux m'excuser, je ne suis pas shadow rapportrice sur et excusez, c'est mon collègue Marc-Angèle qui l'est, et qui ne pouvait pas être présent aujourd'hui. Mais par contre, je serai rapportrice sur une autre initiative législative qui est la question des risques psychosociaux, donc la question de la santé mentale au travail. Tout ça est lié, le droit à la déconnexion, la transition juste, donc la formation. C'est pour ça que je me permets de reprendre finalement les différents éléments. Alors sur la question de cette directive, parce que donc oui, une directive et pas simplement une espèce d'omnibus positif dans Quality Job Act dans un an, nous voulons une vraie directive sur l'encadrement de l'intelligence artificielle avec différents éléments. Je me permets juste quand même de les citer très très rapidement. Leïla l'a déjà dit, ou en partie ou d'autres. Transparence et information, parce que les travailleurs doivent savoir quand et comment leurs données et leurs performances sont analysées. Chaque décision influencée par un algorithme, qu'il s'agisse de planning, d'évaluation, de promotion, de sanction, doit être compréhensible, explicable. 2, droit à l'explication et à la contestation. Il ne s'agit pas simplement d'être informé, on doit pouvoir contester. 4, protection de la vie privée et limitation de la surveillance. 5, éthique et audit obligatoire. Toute entreprise utilisant de l'intelligence artificielle pour la gestion du personnel doit soumettre ses systèmes à des évaluations éthiques et à des audits réguliers afin de prévenir les biais et les discriminations. 4, participation active des travailleurs. 5, participation active des travailleurs. Lutter contre les biais de discrimination parce qu'on sait que l'intelligence artificielle le fait. Et donc voilà, je vais juste clôturer. Donc, ça a été dit. Ce qu'on veut, c'est en particulier, c'est qu'évidemment, ad minima, pour l'ensemble des travailleurs, ce qui a été mis en œuvre dans le cadre de la directive sur les travailleurs de plateforme, c'est-à-dire que les grandes décisions, engagements, contrôles, licenciements soient faits par l'humain. Mais ce que je viens de citer ici, surtout, c'est que si on a pour le moment une législation européenne qui, en matière de transparence, information, droit à l'explication et contestation, protection de la vie privée, a déjà dans l'AE Act des éléments pour la protection des consommateurs, ce qu'on veut, c'est à minima aussi la même chose pour les travailleurs. Voilà. Et c'est pour ça qu'on veut une directive et en parallèle de ça, évidemment, qui soit mise en œuvre avec ce qui est prévu encore aujourd'hui, même si on sait qu'elle est menacée par la directive sur les salaires minimums, c'est-à-dire avec un taux de couverture de 80% de négociation. Voilà. Mais donc, les différents éléments, c'est vraiment un tout et un ensemble qu'on veut, en plus de cette directive sur l'intelligence artificielle sur le lieu de travail.
Thank you very much, Estelle, for sketching the wider context. So, of course, when we talk about algorithmic management, we talk about psychosocial risks. There, of course, is also the parallel discussion, or perhaps it shouldn't be parallel, on telework. So there's a whole range of initiatives that you brought into the discussion that you would like to see regulated at EU level, and I think many here agree. We're going to go on to the final 2 speakers, and I would really ask them to really stick to the time. And because we cannot go much over time, actually, at all, I would also ask you to already respond to what you hear, if there's anything that you heard before, if there's disagreements. One thing that I note, and which I already would like to bring into the discussion, is that there seems to be a large agreement. At the same time, and this I heard very little, is the question of enforcement. Because, for instance, I heard several times that, for instance, the GDPR exists, it's not enforced, we have collective bargaining rights, we have labor laws. If we ask companies, we need an agreement on AI, which is our legal right, they simply say no, and there seem to be no penalties. So if you could also maybe, in your answers, reflect a little bit on why this time would be different. Like, if we come up with a new law, like, why is this not another delay of 5 years? Like, why will this, how are we going to deal with that? That lack of enforcement, that lack of implementation, that is really hampering a lot of EU laws in this area. and which I think opened us up also to this criticism of over-regulating. And so that's something I would be very interested in, and I think the audience as well. With that, Tom, I would like to go first to you, and then Isabel to you. Tom, please.
Thank you, Justin. Let me say up front that I'm not formally representing the official position of anyone. Now, algorithmic management is one of the most visible ways in which AI is reshaping the labour market. It makes sense to remind ourselves that we single it out because it directly affects the employment relationship itself and is therefore more than a tool. At the same time, we cannot completely separate it from the wider AI agenda. As a labour ministry, I have to say that our labour inspectorates until now very rarely encounter concrete AI-related complaints. But what we do see, of course, is that AI and the use of algorithmic management differs a lot across sectors. Finance, distribution, transport, and many others with very different risks and opportunities. And I also have to add that the balance of power is not the same everywhere. There are industries where I guess employees are introducing more AI than employers are, without the employers even being aware of that necessarily. So that might argue for some differentiation rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. In platforms, of course, the unbalance of power is blatant. It goes together with the uncertainty about the status of the workers that Leila mentioned, and this clearly justified the Platform Work Directive. And as a former Belgian presidency, we were quite proud of playing an important role in that, but not all industries are the same. And then there's the other balance. It has been referred to. We should not hamper technological and organizational innovation. We shall not undermine the competitiveness of European enterprises or be thought of as wanting to do so, because perceptions matter in this as well. On the other hand, we still have to ensure robust protection for workers. I think everybody agrees with that. But, as also Stefan Olsen already said, AI does not suspend existing legislation. It does, as you also mentioned, Justin, it does challenge enforcement. However, so inspectors need to understand and access AI systems, which is not self-evident. They need to be able to see, but also to use the algocracy, as it was mentioned this morning, and it shouldn't surprise you if I say that the European Labour Authority could play an important role in supporting inspectorates in this, and maybe even more strongly in a revised mandate. One thing I would also like to add is that not only the EU political agenda, but also the geopolitical context matters. And notwithstanding the election result in New York, it has changed. So it's worth going on the website of the US Department of Labor that shows that one of their priorities at the international level is to prevent regulation of the platform economy and of artificial intelligence, which harms American worker and business interests. That's an important reality check. We are in a global context. Nevertheless, work continues beyond Europe, and maybe this deserves more attention. In the ILO, work is going on to align global rules for platform basically with the European directive. And in the OECD, work is going on to develop a recommendation on AI in the workplace. And so a joint commitment among major economies could be a step towards a global level playing field, which is also important in this respect. Quickly back to Europe, there is the Parliament, there is the Commission, but of course there's also the Council. For now, Belgium has no position on a potential directive on algorithmic management beyond platform work. And, well, given the coalition government, we are not very likely to have a position immediately either. I do understand that extending the Platform Works Directive's principles to the whole economy would be quite a pragmatic approach. But how many stand alone, how many directives this Commission is likely to propose, like Estelle already hinted to? And then I'm not sure that there would be support in the Council for such a directive. Embedding these elements in a broader initiatives like the forthcoming Quality Jobs Acts would then require careful calibration with all the other possible objectives that, referring again to Estelle, that Estelle mentioned, but also with probably some deregulation for which there are also many demands, and well, then you know where you start with the legislative process, but probably not what you end up with. So finally, I guess we all agree that social dialogue is key in all of this. In Belgium, the National Labour Council and several sectors are already discussing AI in their industry. So perhaps it would be wise to first look at Isabel, at the next speaker, and give EU-level social partners at cross-industry or sector level the opportunity to take the lead on this. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tom, for sketching the political challenges both at EU level and internationally, and also for making my life as moderator easy by making a bridge to the next speaker. You mentioned the importance of social dialogue, so it feels very natural, Isabel, to go to you to round up this first round of interventions with your thoughts on that. But before I do, we're going to change a little bit the structure. I had some questions for you, but given the time, I really want to give the audience, I want to give you time to really raise your questions. So after Isabel's remarks, we're going to go straight to you. So if you can already think about what you want to ask, we'll get back to you in a second. Thank you. Isabel, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. And just to briefly reply to you, Tom, we've done the job already. I'm sure you know that at the European level, the social partners have already discussed as much as they could 2020 a digitalization agreement. On AI, however, we could not come further because exactly here we need to have the level playing field. And this level playing field can only come from a directive from the European Union. And this is the reason why I would like very much to thank the rapporteur, Monsieur Boula, in particular for listening at the hearing that took place this year on the different indeed demand and requests and calls to set this level playing field. That is, of course, not only the basis for empowering the workers for them to have these innovations, delivering also for them, and I will come to the points that were not mentioned so far, but of course for the competitiveness of the European industry. Because if we were just looking at the US, that would exactly be the reasons why we have to have a legislative framework to protect not only the workers, but to protect the internal market. Because what the US wants is to have the free access to the internal market without any rules, to impose their rules. And their rule is not to look into the protection of your data, not to look into the protection of workers, and far more not to look into the protections of the industrial relationship and the industry in the European Union. It's just to grab it and to make the profit out of it and to repatriate that profit to the US. Nothing less for the European Union. This is exactly what we need to have, a level playing field, not only for empowering the workers to be able to work with this disruptive technology, and I would like to mention that disruptive technology, to work with it and to be able also for business to anticipate what does that mean, not only for the workforce, but of course for their business model. And I think it is very clear that we have already showcased that the European Union is not playing by the rule of the US when it comes to platform. Platform are businesses. What we could do back in time is to protect the workers in those platforms, because businesses didn't want to have this regulation of platform and repatriating their obligations when it comes in particular, but not only, to the protection of workers. It was mentioned that we need to have the same protections as for the consumers. I just would like to mention that algorithmic management are products on the market, okay? And those products cannot just be at any price. And not only do we have to have something which is key for this technology because it's disruptive at a point that we've never had before in terms of repatriating the human dimension, in particular the workplace, to be able to say, if there is a decision that is to be taken, it could be informed by algorithmic management, but not taken by this machine. And second is, of course, the precautionary principle. This is exactly what protects the European Union from products put on the market that are damageable and harmful for the people and in particular for the environment. I will leave the environment aside for the moment because it's not what we're discussing today. We are focusing on the workplace, and I think this is very important. But bear in mind, the environment is suffering from the development of algorithmic management and, of course, those big data factories. So what the ETUC is of course asking since a long time, and we had the possibility twice to exchange with Mr. Abula, and I would like to thank him of course for listening, is of course that information consultation is key, but not only to individual workers. It's important to have indeed here the recourse to workers' representatives and trade unions in the workplace, because this is exactly where you make the efficiency of making discussions in information and consultation work, because we will be able to organize the workers, to organize this information consultation, to make sure that you will not have to have the consent of every single person, but the consent that will also be given by the workers' representative and trade union for the workers. And here we will be, and we should be the interlocutors at the workplace. So should we be also for AI literacy. We have spoken a lot of training and skilling and upskilling. This is very important, of course, but we have all, not only the workers and the management, also the top of the businesses. They have to understand what does that mean to use AI. And not to say, oops, this is a product, I know 50, 60% of it, but it's good for everyone, it's good for me. No, it's not okay because the consequences will be on the workers. And one of the consequences, and have been mentioned, automations, lack of autonomy, discriminations at the workplace, undue surveillance, hiring and firing by the machine. That has been mentioned. What has not been mentioned? It's the intensifications of the work. Your work is automated, but then you have to be quicker because the machine has done it for you. But the machine doesn't do it well all the time. If you look at algorithmic management, and in particular generative AI, if you ask ChatGPT for a text, in that text, you will have 5 mistakes. This is the average mistake. You will have 5 mistakes. So don't take for granted what you get from those machines. And this will be more in the future because of the generations of the self-learning of those so-called machines. Okay, so we have to be very aware that on the top of the critical dimension that we need to have, and we can't only have it together in terms of the very important exchange with the employers and the trade unions on what does that mean at the different sectors, at the different plant level. There is also the harassment, because the machine is doing some part of the work for you, then you will have to do more and more and more, just kind of not being able to check what the machine will do. This is, of course, one element. The other element that I wanted to mention is the anticipation. We have not yet realized how disruptive this technology will be. But for everyone out there, how much have you invested in your education? And I just take our colleagues, interpreters. How long have you been invested in times, years, and in investment in money to your educations to translate what we are discussing? And you interpret, but your translations, you could do it in 1 minute, a whole text in 1 minute. How can we anticipate this disruptive development where we will lose in terms of providing for work of those very high skill, not only low skill and, the easy jobs to do or the dirty jobs to be done, but for the high skill workforce? If we cannot anticipate, and this is what we can do via social dialogue, indeed, and collective agreements, how can we anticipate for them that we will still have a place and not lose the whole investment? So the investment should be also at the level of the businesses in terms of skilling, upskilling, AI literacy, but of course to anticipate the change of those jobs. And if you don't use any more translators and potentially very soon interpreters for your meetings and for your documents, you still need to have the persons that will be able to check. So to have this knowledge that has been invested in terms of education, you will still need to have them, because not only 10, but 5, but 10, and potentially 20 mistakes will be in that document or will be in that translations. And we will all of us back to zero, back to square zero. Nothing about competitiveness if we don't have the possibility to frame a key innovation. Each innovation in the world has a need to be framed to deliver for all. And this is, of course, the issue of the general interest that is very important for all of us. And I will stop here. I'm very happy to reply to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for those important remarks. What I really picked up, and which I think is very important, is that there's no competitiveness, no internal market without rules that are enforced. And I think this is, a clear point where we can also find potential political agreement across the political aisle, because I think that's something that everybody can support. Of course, you also flag the importance of collective rights over individual rights, because we have seen that individual rights don't work that well in a workplace context, and I'm putting it mildly. But I'm going to stop talking and hand over the floor to our audience. Before we're going to open up the floor, I want to make two things clear. It's a Q&A, so it's a question, so we're not looking for lengthy statements. If you could introduce yourself. If you have questions to specific panelists, please point that out. And with that, let's open the floor. First, you, sir.
We've got Sophia over here, and then the two. Yeah, she was the first one.
You will moderate this? That's fine.
What shall I do?
Yeah? Okay.
Basically 1 minute, Sophia, 1.5 max.
No worries, I'm not going to repeat everything that I agree with that you've already phrased so expertly. Thanks for all of your efforts, and I think you've been putting a lot of thoughts and work into these topics already. So I'm rather switching to the question and the strategic part. Ideally, we would have a directive on psychosocial risks. Ideally, we would have a directive on AI at the workplace and so on. But if we don't get it, and we've heard some skeptical voices as well, what are the plans B, C, D, etc.? So how can we safeguard, for instance, or how can we achieve a right to lifelong learning? Is there a possibility to use the union of skills to get something concrete? Or when it comes to information consultation, to the involvement of social partners, are there other aisles, directives, possible ways how we can get there? For instance, even it's just a tiny step, but with the revision of the European Works Council's directive, we do have a right now in the subsidiary requirements on information on training. This was one of the EESC demands as well, for instance. So I think there are other ways as well that could be explored, and I would like to have this in mind. What are these other options, and maybe give us some input where we could focus on.
Thank you very much. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Michele Moe from the University of Groningen. I'm a legal researcher working on algorithmic management. And I really liked Isabel's intervention. And so in my work, I as well focus on providers. And I agree with Isabel because I think that what we should tell to workers and also to trade unions is not that your boss is an algorithm. I mean, it's also an algorithm, but most of all is a service. I do believe that algorithmic management represents an important phenomenon of outsourcing to IT companies and developers that should be tackled. And I like to, so my question is turning the very nice intervention of Isabel to of course, in a friendly way, to challenge the member of the parliament, Bula, about the resolution of, about the recommendations that I've read, and I think it's an important first step. But what I see and what I also ask for clarification is a lack of focus on this market of companies. That is not just Google, it's not just Microsoft. If we, what I like to, there's a nice task that we can also do now. If we all go on, we Google Amazon Web Services Marketplace, and we go into the Amazon Marketplace for AI, and we type in the search bar workforce management, you will find hundreds and hundreds of AI solutions for managing employees. And that is something you can subscribe as easily as you subscribe to your Spotify or Disney Plus subscription. And this conceals, I believe, important information asymmetries that should be really part of this ideal package of new rules for algorithmic management. And I don't really see that in the resolution. And second sub-question is about labor inspectorates. I really like the fact that there's an article focused on enforcement in the recommendation. What I miss is, well, we have since 2019 an European Labour Authority, and as far as I can understand, there's a a lot of willingness and enthusiasm in the in the European Labour Authority to have a bigger mandate and a stronger mandate. And we have in the treaties Article 16 that gives to the European Union an exclusive competence to regulate data protection. Why can't we have the European Labour Authority together with the European Data Protection Board issuing guidelines and opinions and be a proactive part in enforcement of data processing at work? And why this has not been considered?
Thank you very much. Yeah. That's rather an explanation. The question's very clear. I still got two speakers. I've got Manuel and I've got one lady up there in the back. Please, 1 minute each, because you don't give the speakers the chance to react. So, Manuel. Yep.
Muchas gracias, Lucy. Es cierto y agradecer en primer lugar toda la participación porque es un tema que los trabajadores nos estamos enfrentando ya porque realmente lo estamos viviendo y sufriendo en estos momentos, ya también en procesos industriales. Se ha hablado de las 3 revoluciones que nos enfrentamos y quizás sea incluso más que esto porque está probablemente en juego incluso el propio modelo y el sistema que conocemos. Aparte de lo añadido que se ha dicho de derechos a la intimidad, de derechos como personas, como ciudadanos, en este caso europeos, nos enfrentamos a muchos otros. Probablemente también el modelo de participación debe de ser un modelo mucho más inclusivo y mucho más codeterminante, porque si no es imposible. Y luego hay un aspecto que es radical para el modelo social europeo, es decir, o se empiezan a poner tasas por el volumen de empleos que se supriman, porque además estamos hablando de empresas que en muchos casos no aportan nada en el aspecto para gasto social y encima para los derechos de los trabajadores. Esto tiene que ir ineludiblemente acompañado de una reducción muy importante de jornada y de otros aspectos que probablemente también haya que complementar a todo ese sistema para la formación, para la adecuación a los sistemas productivos y, lógicamente, también para probablemente poder acceder a algún tipo de modelo que se complemente socialmente el volumen de empleos que se eliminan. Si no vamos por esos caminos, pues, lógicamente, el mono listo igual se mata de éxito y se pega un tiro en el pie. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And the last questions from the back, the lady, just to point out that the interpreters are finishing at 1 o'clock sharp, so we can finalize the debate in English only, but I would really try to ask you to be disciplined. Please go ahead.
As Mr. said already just now, it's the model of work which has changed. And so my question, if I have to keep it short, if work has already changed, the nature of work has changed because of technologies which are a pharmacon, as philosopher Stigler said, not bad nor good. They are just good or bad according to what we do with them. So is fighting technology through legislation really protecting workers or just protecting the past? And the role of legislator, is it to protect only the few existing quality jobs, or as the person before me just told it, to find a solution for the increasing part of workers without work, which will lose that work. And so we know that. And so you understand my question, because legislations, EU legislation, they are inapplicable. The GDPR, everybody has your data. Sorry to tell.
Thank you very much. So back to you, Justin.
Thanks a lot for those questions. Let's go to the panelists to tackle the questions. I think the first question, Isabel, was specifically directed at you. And I would like to ask the other panelists to signal to me if you feel you want to respond. I know, Andre, there was a specific question to you as well. Tom, you'll come in third. So Isabel, please. And please keep it very short.
Yeah. So I would not like to look at a plan B if we are already very much working and investing in a plan A. And I think we have a quality job roadmap coming, to which we've been working very hard. I think AI, and this is one of the key demands of the TUC, is part of this quality job roadmap, which should deliver in terms of legislative initiative by the European Parliament, amongst others, to say to the European Commission there is a need to act and to act now, and this is on this way. So there might be other plans, but for the moment I think it's very important to use this momentum and to work for the plan I, which is quality job. Second, the best is to look at the services, and that your boss is the service, not an algorithm. Wrong. It's wrong. If you look at the riders, when we organized them back in time, ahead of the Platform Work Directive, on the spot, as they were gathering with us in front of the European Commission, they were disconnected. This is the algorithm that has, at one point, gathered the information. All of those people working for one or two or three services, delivering services, are gathering on the spot where there is trade unionists demonstrating for a demand. Oh, by the way, this is about our job. This is about how we organize our services as businesses, how we organize them for them to deliver. And it was mentioned, you don't get your data anymore when you're disconnected. You don't get paid for the work you've been doing. What does that mean? It's slavery. It is modern slavery where you don't pay the people for the work they've been doing and where you disconnect them from one minute to the other without the aim to be able to get access to any data. And this is not what we are able to do and what we should do.
Thank you, Isabel.
And sorry, no.
Sorry,
the job of yesterday, that's
10
wrong.
seconds, 10 seconds, then we go.
The job of yesterday is wrong. The Becker outside is not working with algorithmic management. So don't tell me that now we have a new system whereby you have a job with algorithmic management or you have a cheat job. And that's the quality job dimension is wrong. Sorry.
Thank you.
We have to give perspective, and we give to perspective to work with an innovations which should not be disruptive for the workers and should deliver for all and for the general interest and not for the happy few, in particular the US businesses.
Thank you, Isabel, for that spirited defense. André, let's move to you. There was a specific question from Michel Mollet in the back on the fact that algorithms are also, in a way, like linked to outsourcing and the fact that it's provided as a service for which perhaps our legislation and your proposal is not completely in tune. How do you respond to that?
Mamy propozycję legislacyjną, w której zawiera się 11 rekomendacji. Staraliśmy się w tych rekomendacjach zawrzeć wszystkie aspekty rynku pracy i relacji pracodawca-pracownik. Odpowiadając pytanie na co się wydarzy, jeżeli nie przyjmiemy tej propozycji legislacyjnej, ja uważam, że my w chwili obecnej musimy dopilnować w naszych krajach wdrażania AI Act i dyrektywę o pracownikach platform, dlatego że w każdym kraju jest to proces rozpoczęty, otwarty i do końca 2026 roku musi być wdrożony. Pilnujmy również tych ważnych rzeczy w poszczególnych krajach, jak również spraw związanych z inspekcją pracy i jej udziałem w tym procesie. Jeżeli mówimy też o zarządzaniu algorytmicznym, myślę, że przyjdzie też taki moment, kiedy firmy, instytucje, administracja będzie sama budowała swoje algorytmy z pracownikami. Często mówimy tu o ochronie pracowników. Nie wiem dlaczego. Tak jakby było jakieś zagrożenie. Ja uważam, że nasza idea jest i mówi o zaproszeniu pracowników do współpracy przy nowoczesnych technologiach, które już istnieją, a może które razem po prostu zbudujemy. Ale pierwsze co? Na pewno trzeba zbudować bazę danych, cel, jaki się chce osiągnąć, jak ma wyglądać ta partycypacja. Czasami nasi pracownicy są mądrzejsi od swoich przełożonych i pracodawców. Żyjmy mądrością też innych ludzi. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, André. Tom, there was a specific question on the European Labour Authority to which I guess you want to respond. If you want to respond to other things, that's fine as well.
Yeah.
And then I would like to give all panelists... Oh, Estelle, you think... No, okay, like, if you want to have a question, it's fine, but there's no interpretation, so you'll have to do it in English. That's basically what I want to say. And then we can go 5 minutes over time max. Tom, please.
Thanks. Briefly, on the plan A or B question, well, AI comes with many other challenges beyond algorithmic management. Isabel's references to investment in education, the whole threat of having no more starting jobs for young people, this, I would argue, is even much more worrying than algorithmic management. So political capital being limited, how high exactly is algorithmic management on the priority list, given also that it has been regulated in the most problematic sector in the platform work? So that's a question I would like to bring up. And then, well, one thing which is almost certain to be on the legislative agenda for this Commission is the mandate of the European Labour Authority, indeed. So it was interesting to hear suggestions on how we could strengthen the authority to deal with these issues. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tom. Laila, Estelle, you're good. Franca, Laila, if you want to have 1 minute to have a final statement, something you want to share, Estelle as well, then we can do that, but it has to be in English, if that's fine. Yeah? You good? Please take the floor, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted in 1 minute to remind you that at the beginning, in 2019, when Ursula von der Leyen announced that there would be an initiative on the platform work, we didn't know if it was going to be a directive. You know that some company, Uber and, well, many lobby, they thought it would be a good thing for them because they thought the plan for them, according to them, was to have the legalization of third status between self-employed and employees that would have allowed them to have a subordination relationship without the obligation of an employer. And at the end, we made it. We made it. Really, it could have seemed incredible in 2019, but we've made a directive that is going to change when it will be totally transposed in all over Europe. Is going to change the daily life of millions, thousands, a lot of workers all over Europe. So even if the context is more difficult right now, with the balance of power inside of the Parliament, with this simplification, with the international context, I really think we can have a majority inside the Parliament, but also in the European Union, in order to have an ambitious directive on the management algorithmic, and I hope we will do it. And if we manage to do it, it will be being all together politically, but also with a trade union and all the stakeholders. We need to stay together.
Thank you. Estelle? Please, Estelle, and then we close with Franca where we began, which I think is very nice.
Just to finish, you are trade unionist. Do you have plan B when you are at the fight? Never. So we will keep on fighting to achieve, to do something. It will maybe not this time, but we will keep on fighting anyway. And there will be also the Quality Job Act to come or other steps. So we will keep on fighting, and no plan B. Maybe some amendment, not the 100% we want to have, but we will keep on fighting and repeat, repeat, repeat. Second things, maybe also we have to, I don't like it, I'm a former trade unionist, but we may also have a reflection to go at the European Court, because at the moment you have a protection for the platform worker, but not for all the workers. So it's a kind of discrimination. But we have to do that very carefully, because sometimes you have the victory à la Pyrrhus. And maybe you lose more than you win. But maybe that kind of things. I don't like it because it's judiciarization of our fight. But anyway, and over European Labour Authority, we surely have to reinforce their mandate, and we have to work on this. And this is on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Franca.
Yeah, thank you. So I approve. Almost everything has been said. My message, I think Europe must find her voice and her way. We are not going to hurry up against the giants of technology and go in a hurry. A few years ago, we made an opinion here, and we said that Europe, the added value, could be a label, a certificate of European values for AI, which AI contained European values and was respectable of them. So I think we should pursue on this way. And just one thing, because if we get off from ideology, I noticed that when you have not trust, workers who untrained the AI system sometimes refrain from working with the machine, but because they don't want and then don't say what's the finality, what they are becoming if they are in training the machine. So I think build a trustful framework with the human at the center. With the human at the center. Today, we do not speak about agents, AI agents, and the capacity of women or men to intervene on this decision. We are losing our European principle, human must say in command. So I think strongly that a directive, a clear directive, which resume all the aspects, maybe we can take already existing, but adapting and improving for the world of work, it's our way. We are not losing competitivity if the rules are clear. That is not true. It's ideology.
Thanks a lot, Franca, for those words, for that inspiring vision. So we end on a big note. We need to fight for our values, but of course we need political majorities for that. I think there's lots of agreement in this panel for a legislative initiative. I think there's some ambiguity about what that exactly entails, of course, and we can't solve that here in 1.5 hours. But what's not ambiguous at all is the timetable. As Stefan Osborne already said this morning, there will be a quality jobs roadmap being announced on the 3rd of December. And then basically there's 1 year till the Commission will announce the Quality Jobs Act. And so that's the time to build those majorities, to convince the stakeholders, to convince the employers specifically that this is worth their while to engage with. So I think the fight is on. On that, I want to thank all the panelists, but before I do, I also want to do some shameless self-promotion and abuse my position as moderator. We're going to continue this discussion also on the 11th of December, where we have an event in Brussels where we discuss the Quality Jobs Roadmap that will be published the week before. We also look forward to seeing you there. We do that with the unions, with Unie Europa as well. On that note, I want to thank all the speakers for coming here. Very charged agendas. It was an excellent discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. And have a great continuation of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, just to announce, there is a networking lunch outside, but before we get to the networking lunch, where you can continue with the debates, we're going to have an opening, very short opening of an exhibition, My Boss, the Algorithm. So please let's go out so that we can open the exhibition and then we can continue within the debates.
Thank you. Thank you.
Un grand merci. Hein?
Merci, à bientôt.
Ouais, bien sûr.
Thank you. Au revoir, à bientôt.
Hey, you gonna stick around? Or?
I am. Well done.
Thanks.
Feel you.
Ja, hetzelfde.
But you're leaving or are you having lunch?
I have a quick lunch and then follow me. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah.
Hi, I saw you. Are you staying?
We tried hard, we managed. If they were not playing hard, we can win.
Actually, it's combined with the
everybody knew that. We did. So
It's also very education is the biggest thing for indeed. So it would be fun to do something. You know, I'm in Brussels.
Yeah, definitely. Just in the
fill that.
Take a few extra moments.
Yeah, because we are doing some trainings, but indeed,
You would need to introduce it, you know.
Algorithmic management.
So thanks for that. I need to be the opening.
On behalf of our, we're doing some good job, for instance, with AIDA.
No, we are in close contact.
But other consequences, the confederation is not so well played.
No, just
hello, nice to meet you. I'm from EQCE, so the Trade Federation of Education.
Yes, I met the director.
Yeah,
he was there. Dutch guy, no?
Yeah, indeed.
There was an event last in May. It's always in Dutch. It's always in Dutch. Like if it goes well, if it goes bad, it's always.
That's a Dutch connection here. Also because in FEPS as a Secretary of Staff, so you have your Dutch connection. But indeed, we are doing quite some stuff.
we just
We're doing quite some stuff, but indeed, the direction is still a bit
but I mean, it's good that they are.
So indeed, I mean, let's think that run fields.
I'm very happy that you.
Same. And thanks for sharing the invitation. See you next time.
Productivity. L'augmentation de productivité. Ah ouais, dans le il n'y a pas de choix. Innover avec ça. Et ça, je comprends, parce que ça fait parce qu'ils seront remplacés après. Maintenant, donc ça, c'est financé aussi. Oui, oui, donc on fait un chèque à tout ça. Je vais aller plus information parce que c'est merci.
Mais c'est les last après-midi. C'est les last après-midi.
Le lunch we rock, je pense que je vais
don't deny the ugly part, but they like to talk empowers, but also these empowers employers. So like in a sense, we allow the market to be more present in
far away. So, dear colleagues, welcome back after the lovely break, exhibition, and really delicious refreshment. Thanks for that. I hope you did have chance to A, refresh, B, continue with the debates, clarifications from the morning, because it has been a lot fruits for thought, which is brilliant. So we are going to be continuing. Back in 2023, FEPS launched the digital program with a wide range of Nordic partners and the support of Nordic trade unions to focus on understanding algorithmic management and workers' rights across Nordic countries. Using company case studies on firms that use algorithmic management, worker surveys and focus groups, and analyzing online platforms. This program has put together research of the most recent developments to understand the true extent of algorithmic management. To discuss the findings, I would like to invite Gerard Rens Östervik, political advisor, sorry for my mispronunciation, political advisor to the member of the European Parliament and SND Vice President Alex Sagius-Saliba, and Monteal, policy analyst, sorry, on digital at FEPS, to please take the floor and present to us the key findings of the FEPS Nordic Digital Programme 2023-2024 and the highlights of the 2025-2026 edition. Sorry for me looking at the other side. So you've got the floor. If we could fit, no, we fit into the time frame. Lovely. Floor is yours.
Gerard will commence.
Lovely.
So let me start. Thank you for having me. What I'm going to do is squeeze 2 years of research with multiple research groups in 10 minutes. So bear with me. I'll be going quickly, but please know that the slides are there. The material is all on the website of FEPS, so you can read up on it if you want. So from FEPS, it's important to go maybe a few steps back. Like we have been working, and that's even before my time, because I was at FEPS for a few years, but before my time, Justin Nogerede, who was here, has been working before that on the digital topics. We worked a lot on platform work, and I think that's where we know this algorithmic management in its purest form is happening It's been a big discussion also policy-wise here on the EU level with the Platform Work Directive, championed by one of the S&D commissioners, Nicolas Schmid. We know that this is problematic for the platform workers. That's why there's now European rules to put a limit to what you can do with algorithmic management. Because actually they don't have a human boss. They have just the algorithm telling them what to do through their app. And as FEPS, we continued from that. So what also happened in, as you can see, March 2023, so relatively recent work, we looked into the dark stores, which is more about the grocery deliveries. So not that much about, so it's a subsection, you could say, of the platform work, where actually we found out that even though people get contracts, often zero-hour contracts, which is one part of the Platform Work Directive, which was really about the bogus self-employment and the false entrepreneurship and how workers' rights are being implemented by the platforms. That's not the case there because they get a contract, even though it's 0 hours. But also a lot of findings came to the front about the pressure that they get from the algorithm to deliver on time. If you are promising as a company to deliver something within 10 minutes, you can imagine the pressure on the worker to rush through the traffic with also real occupational health and safety risks. A lot of accidents that happened, showing that there needs to be a limit to what you allow with algorithmic management in the platform sector. From that departing point, we developed this digital program. We had quite a brainstorming. It was from the start with the Nordic partners of FEPS. We are a pan-European organization with memberships all over Europe. But there was an interest from the Nordic partners to work on the digital topics, and together with trade unions, we were finding out, okay, what do we want to work on? And from this, we came on the topic of algorithmic management in the workplace, and in everything that we did, it's of course it's a pan-European project in a sense, but it's also the Nordic dimension, because in the Nordic model, as most of you probably will know, there's a very strong co-determination, also a positive outlook towards technology. So if we could get this right somewhere, that's a bit the hypothesis, it would be in the Nordics. It's maybe also where things are happening earlier when it comes to technology, although that's not per se proven, but this was a bit the idea. Let's see how this is developed in the Nordics, because this will be a great lesson also for the rest of Europe. We started off, so this is already the first publication that we did. It's more a literature study on algorithmics and the workers and for the workers, where already we saw on the existing research, participation of workers is essential in innovation. But that there is a need for the social institutional framework if you really want to get to a worker-centric approach to this digital transformation, and that the co-determination needs to be continuous, because these changes are happening non-stop. It's not a one-off thing and then decided and then will be implemented. It's more, with these technological changes that happen all the time. So this has an impact also on co-determination of workers. We had a big discussion. Some of you maybe were there at the LO Sweden in Stockholm. I think 21st of September 23 is that then? So where already it came to the forefront from the discussion. We had leading experts there sharing their ideas that the transparency when it comes to these algorithmic systems is often lacking when it's introduced, but also when it's applied, and also the point of extreme worker surveillance that has been made possible through these tools, and how this can create higher stress with workers that has health effects. Again, the negotiation position of workers. So the power of the trade union is also a determinant when it comes to the effective implementation, but also the effective influence on this these systems. So from this was still existing research. We did some real new, fresh research, which was, first of all, a worker survey. So 6,000 workers in the Nordics of different sectors, different trade unions in 4 countries did this survey, where we asked them about algorithmic management. I think at the time it's one of the first
that did this on this scale with significant results, because, you know, if you have only a few results, a few responses, you cannot be significant. It's not significant for the whole of Europe, but at least for these countries and for these sectors, it was very significant how much data we gathered. And I think the first shocking result was that in the sectors that we investigated, and I must say that we, of course, chose certain sectors where we knew things were happening, but there it shows that 76% of the workers are being confronted with at least one or more algorithmic management tool. So this is already old data. It's the data of end of 2023, so we're already a bit further. But it's showing that this is not something of the future, it's something of the now. Maybe not everywhere in every member state and maybe in every sector, but it's something that's happening now. So it's not about like what are we going to do in the future, but what are we going to do now. And we saw some really adverse effects on autonomy, on trust, job motivation, workload, job insecurity. But we also showed that we can improve this through transparency and worker influence. But even if you do that, if you are fully transparent and if you have a lot of workers' influence, you remain with certain issues of occupational health and safety, because the workload, stress and job insecurity, they do not change. And I must say it's Magnus Thorn Jensen who did the most of this work, so not to take any credit for this, and there are several of the authors of the different surveys per country are here. So we did per country also reports with different authors there. So to go a bit in the details of this study, I already shared a bit the thing, but as you can see, we did 4 countries in the Nordics with different trade unions. You see that we also split it, of course, per task. How much did we find? Task allocation was a big one, 34%, shift scheduling, tracking working time, location tracking happening a lot. Monitoring of computer activity, work speed monitoring, performance evaluation, and leaderboard. The last one is really like that you show on a real-time basis how different workers are performing. So if you see then the effects that we found, I go also with the data, I can go back. Like I said, autonomy went down, trust went down, job satisfaction and motivation, while the workload goes up, stress goes up, and job insecurity goes up. And this was all significant. So you really see that there is a significant effect on these factors compared to workers that are not faced with these tools. So you see the difference between a normal, like a worker that's not dealing with algorithm management and a worker that is. The thing is that we found that this employee influence can mitigate this. You see that it becomes neutral for autonomy, trust and satisfaction and job motivation if you have high employee influence. And like I said, the workload, the stress and insecurity, workload became a bit less with a lot of influence, of course, because you negotiate perhaps as workers, but stress and insecurity don't change that much, even though there's a worker influence. You saw the data, I don't have to go into the details. So for us, the conclusion of this worker survey was it's already widespread, this algorithmic management. There's negative consequences, but there's also factors that can moderate these adverse effects, employee involvement, but transparency as well. So let us put an emphasis on that. Let's try to have a higher employee influence, co-determination as one of the solutions, but also the transparency on the algorithmic management. Besides the survey, so that was more quantitative and a data analysis, we did also case studies in 3 countries in the end, because we did quite a lot of work on Denmark in different parts of the project. We didn't do Denmark, we did do Finland, Sweden and Norway, different sectors. So we looked at the transport and retail in Finland. We worked with the warehousing sector and retail also in Sweden, and then more white-collar workers in Norway. So it was the finance sector and the journalism, so the news sector. Also to not only look at the blue-collar worker, but also the white-collar worker. And in the end, like one of the things that we found is the 2 intersecting levels of impact of algorithmic management. As you saw in the survey as well, it's the influence of the worker, so the balance of power between labor and capital, we called it. So how much power do you have to influence this is an important factor, also for worker rights and well-being. But this skewed balance, so the disbalance that's there in the power, is reducing the influence that you can have as a worker, which is then in the end diminishing the well-being of workers, because then, you know, like there's a disbalance also in the implementation of algorithmic management. So very important to keep in mind. This spiral might be negative if we don't intervene. I will share a few. I don't know if I have still enough time. 2 minutes. So Finland retail and transport logistics sector. One of the things that we found, for example, is that if you are implementing the system without involving the workers, you might just get it wrong. So you really need to work with the workers. It was, for example, in retail in a shop. How many people do you schedule in the morning to open a shop? If you just look at how many customers are there, you get it wrong. But also there is like, if you see with products, how much time does it take to shelf? There is just a different in different products. So how detailed do you go into that? And the reality was with the case study that it's not automatically taken into account, and you get like really negative effects for workers if you just implement algorithmic management without really checking and consulting and improving on the go. Same with the transport. This was about the garbage collection. You know, they make calculations, but they don't take into account the experience of the workers. And one of the things that was mentioned, the Finnish winters, if you are taking a route that is just taken into account, like summer conditions, winter conditions will be different. Other thing was like if bins are, you know that they are empty, but you still have to touch them to get through. So all of these things. And to maybe this will be the last. I cannot do all the case studies. They're all on our website. But here you saw this loss of autonomy. The contextual knowledge and discretion for workers is essential if you want to get this right. Not only for the workers' well-being, but also for the result, for the effect, how much you get out of it. Another thing that was very important to realize is that all of this data is being gathered for workers, and they often have to work for it as well to keep the data. So they have to do things to keep the data. So we're becoming data workers. So how do we go about that? You know, just the data, it's not only surveillance, but also activity, extra work, extra workload also for workers to gather the data. And there was a role creep and shifting in burdens, so more burdens on the worker to do certain tasks that before maybe was done by somebody else, because it's partly automated, but still you have to do, you know, certain tasks that in the algorithmic management are being pushed on certain workers. To stop here on this point, so the trust really matters. If you work together between the management, the employer, and the worker, you can make use of these tools to have a positive outcome. But if you are just like top-down pushing this in and maybe buying off the shelf a certain tool, and then the effects are all negative, the trust will go down, the results will go down as well, because then you know, it just doesn't work. So I think, again, like it's not just us asking or begging or asking nicely to have workers' influence or to have this adjustability and the co-determination, but it's actually also important for the results for both workers and the company. So I think I stop there. Monty, the time is out. I can talk for another half an hour, but I think I did both sides of the work justice, the survey and the case studies. But please check it out. Maybe a final word, because we have studies, for example, on journalism and finance, where it's a different dynamic. White-collar workers, you know, finance is more about the securitization. You have compliance that you have to do, and then automatically you are gathering all this information, and algorithmic management is often part of this package. But it has a big effect also on these finance workers, to give one example.
I would say 3 minutes.
13, no?
Look, that's nice, but you both have seen the agenda. There's any question and answers. No. Please try to be brief. I thought you noticed that there is question and answers part within the half an hour of yours, guys. Lessons learned for me, try to do it briefly. That's it.
I'll be very rapid, I promise. So welcome everyone also on behalf of me. My name is Monty. I'm the digital policy analyst at FEPS. Gerrit is my predecessor, and Justin, who was here this morning, is our predecessor, so the whole trio was present. I'm going to very briefly talk to you about the next chapter of our program, which has officially, as of today, kicked off. So very briefly, we now have a consortium with many new faces, or many familiar faces, some departures and also some exciting new faces. But the bottom line is, with the exception of Iceland, we've kept the full coverage of the Nordics geographically, and we have coverage over a very broad range of sectors and professions across the Nordic labor market. And at the bottom line, 9 partners and 6 unions who are going to support us this time around, and Demos Helsinki as our research partner. We'll skip this one. So we have overall 3 new work streams, which we will focus on 3 pillars. Firstly, algorithmic management in the workplace. I will talk more in detail in a second. Understanding the impact of AI on decision-making in the public sector, and understanding the impact of AI on worker productivity. So firstly, the algorithmic management work stream. Here we're really building on the previous program. So Gerard mentioned we have a bunch of data, and now we're really moving to action. So how can we create a practical resource for trade unions that help them navigate these new developments? Because as we heard already this morning, technology will not by default develop in a labor-friendly direction. It needs a strong normative framework, and by looking at, for example, collective bargaining agreements that cover these topics, we hope to learn more. Then secondly, we will look at the public sector. The book that was presented this morning, I think, is the first invitation to think more about these topics. But we're going to look also more in detail at how AI is being implemented in the public sector across the Nordics at different levels, regional, local, national, and ask some very fundamental questions. So, for example, who initiates the decision to get an AI system in the public sector? But also questions like, how does the AI system affect civil servants' professional discretion and autonomy, which are topics we don't talk about that much in the AI debate. The Dutch welfare case this morning was mentioned. One of the big issues there was that social workers with decades of experience were not empowered to question the algorithm's decisions, which led to a slew of really horrible decisions. So we are going to produce a bunch of case studies here and dissect them quite meticulously to answer these crucial questions. And then last but not least, of course, understanding the impact of AI on worker productivity. I think this is a very important one because we're also bombarded with this almost messianic messaging around AI that is going to boost productivity to the stars and eliminate all the boring jobs. And it's obviously still a big question mark to what degree this will manifest. What is, however, becoming quite clear is that there's been relatively few technologies that have seen an uptake as fast as AI has shown us in the past years. So it's very important to look at, okay, does it result in a productivity gain? And if so, who captures that benefit? Is it the workers? Is it the employers? So here we're going to do an in-depth quantitative study in the Danish labor market to answer these questions and to also look at what roles can and should unions play. Then just very briefly, when you can expect this to be delivered. So we're now already towards the end of 2025. We launched the book today. We will have our tour in the Nordics in the first quarter of next year. So if you're from Helsinki or the area, or Oslo or Copenhagen, please stay in touch because we will be visiting all 3. Then in the second quarter, we will be publishing the results of our study on productivity, as well as the case studies, and host a conference. And towards the end of next year, we will publish the remainder of our work, so the toolkit, and have a conference and a roundtable on the back of these as well. That sums it up. These are our plans. We will be getting to work as of tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. So I'm inviting you all to please bear with us, and we will keep you in touch of our work as it comes out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for really trying to wrap it up in a very effective way. I mean, your plans are clear. I can remember I have heard your part of the presentation. Was it 2 years ago or something like that? I was quite amazed by it. So was today. So
we were here in this room, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
1 year ago. 1 year
last
ago.
Year?
In October.
In October last year. Time is passing really fast. But to give you a few minutes for reflection, or rather questions towards the 2 panelists you have just heard, the moment is now. I can see Miro, and I can see Ida. Okay, Miro, you can start shortly. 1.5 minutes, no more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all. Sorry.
No, thank you, but Ida, you can continue, don't worry. I will be really short. My question is about the Internet of Things. You know, it's the network which is connecting the devices, the sensors. Many companies they are using to monitoring the location, movement, the performance, the safety condition, etc. But last month in September, we have the EU Data Act, So these providers who are providing this kind of EOT tools, networks have to change, and they cannot sell the data from the EOT stuff. So my question is, how the Nordic countries doing with these providers who are providing these sensors, etc., and how will we implement the EU Data Act in the Nordic countries?
Thank you very much. That was a pretty concrete question. Ida, please go ahead.
Right, so thank you, and again, congratulations, because this has been fantastic work, and I really appreciate, and I want to use it, and I'm really happy to be close to you, if I can say so. My question is to Monty. You spoke about having a follow-up project on AI in the public services, and the question is about how to measure or how to know how much autonomy are workers having. What do you mean by autonomy? Because it's also a concept that I use a lot. What would you like to measure, whether it's a professional autonomy or autonomy as part of human integrity and dignity, which is a fundamental right, or autonomy as just self-determination capacity in the Kantian way? What is your idea behind that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a last speaker, Florian, shortly, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations for all the studies. I think they are very good. I have a very specific question. Sorry. How do you see the relation with the trade union values more exactly within the collective bargaining process? How AI is affecting the negotiation process? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That would deserve much more than 2 minutes each, but please try to get there.
Yes, and I think for the Data Act, it's a very good question, and I think that the project that we did was kind of like in at the similar time as the Data Act, you know, like it was maybe just voted or just like developed. So I think this is very much a question that's now on the table. The digital omnibus that will be presented in 2 weeks, I think, will also touch on the Data Act, because there's exactly this question. You were talking about implementation. I will not have an answer for you on that, but I think it's a valid question. So please follow up, maybe also with the people in the Nordics, how they deal with this. But I do know that the Data Act, exactly about this point, what will happen with all the industrial data, which is often this workers' data. That's a question that's now being pushed, because there's also a big pushback of, you know, intellectual property of the companies, trade secrets. So I don't think that's the last, like from a political, like European Parliament hat that I have as well here a little bit. This discussion is not yet over, because it will be resurfacing as part of the digital omnibus. At the same time, it's maybe also an opportunity to strengthen a bit the data rights of workers, if you understand what I mean. So I think we need to be very attentive to that. I don't have the answer for the Nordics, but I do have, you know, a feeling that this is a discussion that we'll be having. And then the second question was about the trade union values. I think there was one thing, and I didn't get to there because I had more slides than I could discuss in the time. There is a real tension about the negotiation, because we had a lot of in the case studies, so please read up on it if you want. This material is quite valuable on how this dynamic is on the co-determination. Because on the one hand, if you are negotiating on these technical processes, which are often presented just as technical, even though they are working condition issues, so that's already one. Do you have it on the table? But once it's on the table, it's a very difficult choice if the company is playing this out against, like, you know, your wage increase, which is like maybe your first priority is to get like a higher wage for your members versus these technical changes. So I think that's the tension that we did find in the case studies. It's not that we have a solution for that. What I do think is that it's important that it's on the table, because often it's off the table because it's just like, it's just a technical change. And when do you discuss it? Every update. You're not going to discuss every IT update. So it's presented as technical, while it is partly co-determination about working conditions. And the trade-off, you're being played out a little bit sometimes. Like, okay, you can get a higher wage, but if we're going to do this, then we cannot, you know. So that's a real challenge, I would say.
Thank you very much, Monty.
Yes, so to answer the question on autonomy in the civil service, so thanks a lot for that question. Maybe to preface, we will define this tomorrow in our internal workshop, so this is just my personal thoughts on this. I must admit I don't have let's say, a developed philosophical framework in which I can integrate autonomy, but when I think about it, I think about, first of all, the decision of a civil servant to use the system in the first place, if it's implemented. Then secondly, the degree to which they have the time and the resources to deviate from a decision that a system makes, because if you work under continuous time pressure and you, for example, have to justify deviating from an automatic decision-making process, that can be a legitimate constraint, and the degree to which you would then have to justify why you deviate. So I would say the spectrum in between AI as a tool versus something that is quite prescriptive and where it requires significant time and resources on behalf of the human to justify why they don't follow it.
Thank you both. Very, very straightforward answers to the question, so thank you. And we are now moving to the tech talks on worker-centric AI in practice. Why does it look like? By Raymond Christiansen, Project Manager of the Norwegian Association of Engineers and Technicians, NITO, and Peder Sæfland, Head of the AI Professional Network, also from NITO. A specialist in the AI technologies, Raymond and Peder will walk us through practical examples and insights into what a truly worker-centric approach to AI looks like in real-world settings. So following your presentation, guys, we would like to have some space for questions, answers, and comments. So 30 minutes in total within the debate. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the discussion so far today. My name is Raymond, and my colleague here, Peder, we will be here today. So I'm testing this clicker first. So this is a shift of shift of things. What does it look like? We don't know what it looks like, but we know what it might look like. So if you take the box, Peder, so this is AI in a box. So local AI in a box. So if you take it up. So within this box, we have a model. If you can unmute yourself, and this is how.
Yeah. So this is local AI, and you can run it offline. Doesn't have to be online, and you can bring sensitive data, and you can feed it with the sensitive data and let it work on it overnight, maybe. Depends on how good you need it to be. And then you can talk about it next day and extract all the findings that you want and save it on a memory stick, still offline. And then you just take out the disk or wipe the disk, and nothing has left the room, or because it's been offline all the time. This is an easier way because you have to do a lot of risk assessments and GDPR and a lot of things. So this way you may come earlier to the point. So that's one of the benefits. Other thing is that you can measure the power consumption. So from environmental, you can document how much power you have spent on AI. And then you have control of your data. And also if internet is down, if there's a really big takeout, you still have access to your AI solution. So, and you also get more hands-on. I think a lot of us needs to understand AI. We need to get more hands on it, and this is just another way. I'm not against cloud services and that sort of thing, but I could show you how to make your own AI model in 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was a quick introduction. Thank you, Peder.
Sorry.
So the point was, so we're trying, objectives of this talk is to have this clear mental model
of where AI decisions should live. Should they live in the cloud? Should we trust Microsoft? Should we trust whatever cloud provider is out there, or should it be local? And in this talk, our main point is local could be a key, of course, not the only key, the keychain. So we will also have 3 cases of how it might work, and we want today to sort of push towards sort of a lightweight toolkit. So afterwards, you can take a look at it as well and touch the AI. So we have the history of data hoarding. We all get that, and we know that with AI, even more sensitive information, comes into the model and trains the model. Unless you have, you pay more, then you can. They promise that we will not give it to Musk or anybody else, but you still have that fear. And that fear is affecting also, the intake of the potential of these technologies. And the fear is, it's not irrational, it's real irrational. And the risk is all over the place. So our approach is, instead of being required to trust OpenAI or Microsoft or Anthropic or the other big ones, mostly American, or you have Mistral in Europe, thank God, but we need more of them. What if we take up data processing locally? What then? What pros and cons do we have? And local AI is not always useful, but it could be useful, and it's safer in some sense, and it can be simple. We can teach you afterwards in 10 minutes, maybe. But we also need to be aware of the specifics of this. This is not like a magic bullet that can do anything, everything on the get-go. And the question of convenience, Christina talked about it earlier today. Convenience. It's so easy to just put everything in the cloud, and then you don't need to back up. Everything is secure. Everything is within reach of different agencies in the US and so on. So that's our approach. So we try to be pragmatic in this talk. I'm well aware of the time, so I have my clock here on the phone. Thank you. We want questions. Questions are gold, and I want to give that time. So it's 15:05 at the moment. And nothing we state in this talk is against what has been said earlier. So we're not trying to say, oh, AI is great. We're trying to say a different way of approaching it. So you can use a computer, which is a computer you don't need for anything else. And that computer can be your AI computer. You use anything LLM on that. It's for Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. And then you use it. So now hopefully the technology works for us with the demo. And in this video, Peter, if you can unmute, and then you can walk us through this 1 minute.
Okay. So this is the desktop, and I'm just showing here that I'm going offline. So if you saw on the corner, I was offline. And then you upload your documents, you drop and drag, and you make the AI model train on your documents. And then you can start chatting with your documents. And it's literally just like this. And you may have some slower response on the local AI because, it depends on how much money you can put on the hardware. But the Copilot is not free, so you have to put some money somewhere. And here we can see the results of this asking. So this was give me a summary of this PDF, and this was a FEPS paper, and it gives me the bullet points, and everything is in offline. And there is also a show citation, and this is a movie now, but if I clicked on the show citation, then I can see which documents he has found these findings.
Thank you, Peter. So moving on, so this was offline. okay, and the speed was not great. So if you're expecting cloud speed, because that is being run in a data center, for instance in Amsterdam, then you are
more power.
Then you need more, yeah. So you need more power then, but this box, is in mid-range. So speed is directly related to a hardware you have, and of course also the different LLMs have different speeds. So then you have the dedicated solution. So the video was from a computer, like any computer, running the software locally, and then you can upgrade to these solutions. I'm not do the kind of bullet point talking about the bullet points, but so last month, okay, NVIDIA, biggest company in the world at the moment, but they are having this Spark product, which is in some benchmarks pretty good. You can run a large language model with 200 billion parameters. Okay, what does that mean? It means maybe 10% of ChatGPT, something like that, in a local. They call it supercomputer. I don't think it's super. I think it's just good, but there will be better models later on. And that one, which Peter has ordered 2 of them, so he will be the 400 billion parameter model. It can cost 5,000 euros each. So it's not cheap, but it is something that you can use locally, offline. And these tools will only get better. The speed will go up. So you'll see how it goes. This is the picture of it. We already seen it, and you can see it afterwards and touch it as well. And the clicker is working. Yeah. So who controls the architecture? This is a question to all of us. Who controls it? In my opinion, in our opinion, the workers still don't control it, but it's more insights. It's more transparency. You're closer to the data. So you have the edge device, you have the workers, and the local processing, and the decision loop, which is local. It doesn't, you don't need to trust Microsoft. You don't need to trust any of these big tech companies. So who can expect, contest, and approve the decisions that are in the statistical models, really advanced statistical models? AI is not magic. It's not artificial, and it's not intelligent. It's the statistics. And the statistics can be good or bad in terms of results, but you can work with them in a different manner. So I had the 3 stories of worker autonomy and local AI in the ward, in a hospital or something like that. The data doesn't leave the hospital, but you have these local AI models used to statistically deal with imaging for, MRI or scanning or something like that. This distance support stays on site instead of staying in some cloud provider. Number 2, manufacturing. Sensors are all over the place in manufacturing, but instead of taking it online in the cloud, trusting them, you could do it locally. And the third one is IT development. Open source models. There's a web portal called Hugging Face. You can just Google it. Hugging Face has, what is it now, 2 million? 2 million models on that site. And we're talking about ChatGPT and 4 more other. I mean, come on. There are 2 million of them out there. And making new ones can take hours instead of years. So there are lots of options out there. That's our main message really today. And then the question is, what holds us back? What is stopping us from using these tools technologically? And the convenience bias is there. It's so easy for the IT department to have a provider who says, we have Azure, and just use us, and we have Copilot for this and that, and everything is great. So cloud defaults feel effortless, because you're pushing the risk towards the workers, you're pushing the risk elsewhere. And the perceived fragility of these local AI solutions, you could come here looking like hobbyists, do-it-yourself, basement AI, and that image needs to change. This is my challenge to people. You need to change that. Because no, we don't come here, or he doesn't come here with the ISO 27001 certificate, and he doesn't come to you with all of that Amazon Web Services has, but then the data is closer to you. At the total cost of ownership, the egress fees, the data transfer fees, it's free to upload the data, but it's not free to use the data or to download it. Vendor lock-in we talked about. Vendor lock-in, again, Christina, you mentioned Microsoft, the discount levels going down. Of course they can do it, because you're locked in. And the audit workload are underestimated, so audits are really a big part of the picture here. Convenience, guys. It's so convenient, it's so easy to just go with the big ones. And I challenge that. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just challenging that. I just think there could be another narrative here. And Peter mentioned it before, sustainable use of AI. At least now you know whether it's, 5 kilowatts or 5,000 kilowatts of data being used per year to power the AI you're using locally, instead of, listening to the stories out there. And, yeah, so ownership, guys. Who should own the process, and where are the workers in this process? And I think we should explore these things more, and that's why we're here today, to talk about it. Peter, I'll let you use this quote.
Yeah, I love this one. I had a customer in Sweden, and I was going to Sweden to deliver an AI quality check in a factory. And I asked her, have you discussed with the union that I'm coming and implementing an AI solution? And she was, no. And I gave her this one. I said, give this to the union and have a talk before I came. And I think if we involve the unions and we show them how to make an AI model like in 10 minutes, they can see the potential. And I think that is a really good way of thinking. Involve from the day one the unions, let them see the potential in the technology, and they start to work. I'm doing this boring job, so maybe I can automate that. And then they have more ownership to it. So I like this one, and continue.
Yeah. So that's it. Questions?
Very nice. Okay, hands up. I can see Charlotta.
Philip, I think.
Philip.
Monty.
Okay. Yes, of course, yeah. So I've got Charlotta, Philip, and Monty. Okay, in general. Simon? That's it, no more. So we start with Charlotta. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, my mistake.
But it starts with a C, so that's fine. Raymond and Peter, that was just wonderful. Thank you. I have two questions. One of them is, what would it take to combine decentralized AI, like you've exemplified here, in a decentralized web? I'm thinking, could the unions, like within the E2C, I2C, could we create a decentralized web and in that way start sharing information safely? But my second question is as well, if we build our own large language model, and I could imagine lots of use cases, a collective bargaining database, we could query whatever, how do we prevent our own models in hallucinating? So, no.
Quite to the point. Philip.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Oui, alors tout d'abord, merci pour cette présentation excellente. La question que je me pose, puisque vous avez pris l'exemple d'IA locale, d'IA qui servent à un usage médical, et souvent ça sert à un usage médical pour le diagnostic, ce qu'on sait, c'est que pour qu'une IA soit efficace, il faut qu'elle ait accès au maximum de données. Et en particulier, c'est le nombre d'itérations de remontée de gradient, comme on dit, qui va déterminer sa performance. Si on reste en local, est-ce que vous n'avez pas peur que ça limite les performances? Et puis, deuxième chose, au niveau européen, il y a des projets pour partager justement les données médicales sur des dossiers, enfin sur des questions comme les maladies rares, où on a besoin d'avoir un partage au niveau européen de cas de diagnostic et de traitements médicaux. Et là, on a absolument besoin de travailler en réseau. En local, c'est pas possible. Tout l'enjeu, justement, c'est de mettre les données en commun. Voilà. Donc, est-ce que c'est pas un peu contradictoire avec le fait de vouloir travailler en local? Parce qu'effectivement, je dirais, ouvrir un système, un moteur d'inférence, c'est une chose, mais ensuite, être capable d'avoir toutes les données et l'apprentissage et les remontées de gradient nécessaires, c'en est une autre. Merci.
Thank you, Monte.
Yeah, just straight to the point. If you work at an organization that is interested in this, where would you start? How could, especially an organization with, let's say, very limited IT expertise, and we would want to do this, what would be the first step?
Thank you, Shada.
Yeah, it's a bit more about the European aspect of this, because where did you get the knowledge to do this? And like this model, it's a different model than the American hyperscaler model. So I think we need to scale, like if this works, we need to scale it, and it needs to be kind of, you know, when it comes to procurement, mostly I think also in the public sector, we should find should stop a hold, put a hold, and give this alternative. But how do you see that? How do you scale this on a European scale?
Thank you very much, Simon.
Yes, a similar question to Monte. I mean, we have several hundred local governments in Sweden. I mean, do you say it's simple, but you're also engineers? Would this be simple also for a local government to implement? Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
So I'll start with the last one. I'm pretty sure that at least 40% of those municipalities have engineers working at the municipalities. So I think those engineers could, you know, be asked about this, to be honest. It's easy, but no, it's not easy. It's easy to buy from Microsoft. That's easy, but it's not easy. It's not as easy to do it yourself. Christina, your question. What would it take to do this? I think what it would take is a will to try a pilot project. Invite 3 organizations, 1 person each, maybe work effort 10 hours in 1 month. Just learning, iterative, step-by-step learning, and take it from there, honestly. You know, don't overcomplicate it. Don't talk about it for 2 years before you try.
The hallucination part.
Oh, hallucination. We'll never get rid of that. We will never get rid of statistical models, you know, giving you wrong answers. But what you need to do is to also educate people to critically approach the data. So hallucinations will not go away. I'm not saying that.
Could I fill in on that?
Go
ahead. I just want to say that the video that I showed earlier, there's some settings. It's called temperature, and I put it very low. And a low temperature means it doesn't need to be creative. And if I wanted to make a book, I can turn up the temperature. But for your hallucination, keep it low temperature on the settings. And also, you all asked about distributed. And that is a good point because, like in Norway, we have one rules of how we can exchange data, and then you have Sweden and Finland, and that sort of thing. And I have a health project about diabetic foot ulcer, and we are thinking about maybe taking images in Sweden and train on Sweden, and then just the findings we are sharing. So we don't share real images and that sort of thing. Yeah. By law, because we have different laws. Yeah.
And to the question in the back about what about sharing of data? Of course, you know, universities and hospitals still need to do that. So we're not, again, this is not one size fits all. We are dealing with that in Norway as well. We have so much good health data that we're not using, and companies are not getting access to them. So we don't get the benefits of them. What about the images? You download a model which is trained on maybe 1 million images, and that model then goes offline afterwards, and then you add on more local images. But again, we can talk about it afterwards as well if you have any further questions. But again, this is not one size fits all, because life never is.
And we also had a question about models.
Yeah, and how you scale up this ecosystem.
Yeah. I just want to say, because we are many from the Nordic countries here today, and language models that can transcribe from meetings and that sort of things to local of local languages. In Norway we have a nynorsk and we have a Norwegian bokmål. And one good thing about OpenAI is that they have released a model called Whisper. So I recommend you notice this model name, Whisper. And I can download it, and it can transcribe meetings, recording of meetings in my dialect even. So that's good.
Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, guys. That's a real inspiration, because it looks at the issue from completely different angle, like it's not the company that is imposing the technology, it's us. And using it fully, which is complete change of narrative we haven't heard yet today on this debate, you know, on this important issue. So it's a perfect example that workers' representatives could be in the lead, you know, and coming up with solutions that might be fit for the purpose of the local organization or of the trade union, where and how this could be developing. Let's wait and see. But I mean, I love it. Thank you so much. So we are happy, because for sure you stay for the reception then afterwards, and I'm sure a number of people would just come up and enjoy exploring a little bit more. So thanks to this panel, thanks all of you, and we are getting to the last part of our today's agenda, which is a trade union panel, all female. I am happy that female are coming up with solutions on how to develop a capacity building toolkit to support trade unions in their response to the algorithmic management and AI in the workplace. So a few seconds before we reshuffle, and we are going to continue immediately. Lovely. So, colleagues, without further delay, and this was really inspiring, incredibly, and I'm happy that our events are having such elements built in. So, coming to the last part, which is called How to Develop a Capacity Building Toolkit to Support Trade Unions in their response to the algorithmic management and AI in the workplace, because this is what we should actually try to bring back home from here. And to use it, we have already heard today the lack of appetite of the EU decision makers to come up with regulations on whatsoever. It's rather the other way around. But still, it's not just a regulation on the European level. There are smaller things, local things, European things, trade union things, and that is something we should be now exploring together. So I've got 5 prominent speakers here, all female, as I mentioned. So you see the solutions are in women's hands. So we start with Isabel Barthes, Deputy Secretary of Industry All Europe, my good friend. Ladies, I'm not going to be limiting you too much. As you know, I am having extra questions for you as well. But if we could really concentrate, having heard what we have heard, throughout this morning, these examples, knowing about the impacts on concrete sectors or concrete groups, how, from your perspective, we could try to use the answers at our different environments. So, Isabel, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and good afternoon, colleagues. I must say it's a bit challenging to say something new after so many excellent presentations, but I think the last presentation provides an excellent segue to what we want to say now, because it's about empowering workers and trade union representatives. And I must say that, of course, here we are all working on that. This is work in progress. So what I'm going to say is the situation now. What is, one of the things that we say is that, and it's been said already this morning as well, is that AI is not intangible, actually. AI is, you need investment. It has impact on, you need water, you need people to feed in, to get the data. But you also need electricity. And what we see, and this is actually one of the recent developments of our discussion internally, so far, like we are doing today, we were only looking at the impact on AI at the workplace. But now we're realizing that the data centers, and they are now competing with our other industries, because industrial is representing industrial work in a wide range of industry, ranking from energy to manufacturing to mining, and some energy intensive sectors. And what we see in some countries is that there is this element is increasingly playing a role. So that's also something that we have to look at. Not only the impact of AI on the workplace, but also AI also the impact in terms of industrial policy. The other point I'd like to mention is that generative AI is a game changer in the sectors we are representing. When we are talking about industrial workers, we are talking about blue collars, but we're also talking about white collars. And what we see is actually there is, especially white collar workers are massively using AI. And it has completely changed the perspective of workers on AI. So far, when we were asking, do you see the use of AR app in your company? Workers were saying, no, we are not really aware, because, of course, as it has been said before, companies, employers are not necessarily informing when they should workers about the use of AI. And the use of generative AI has been a game changer in the sense that it has also made workers and workers' representatives much more aware of the existence of AI app, the use of AI app, especially in industry, in combination with equipment, connected tools, smart factories. So this is an important element. The other point also is that, I mean, there are many reasons why companies invest into AI. I mean, we've mentioned a lot the fact that employers also invest because they don't want to stay behind. It's true, actually. But at the end of the day, it's all about productivity gain. And this is very important that we get workers involved to discuss how we actually can share the productivity gain, whether it's, we've talked today about reduction of working time, but also it's also can be in terms of quality of work, but also that we prevent the risk of de-skilling. De-skilling in industry is a major challenge, so it's really important and when we are talking about which tools do we have, that we actually involve workers very early, that they can be part of the impact assessment of how the technology will develop and how it will impact the work. I mean, today we've talked about this iterative process. I mean, this is really important because we know that this is not just a one-off. I mean, the social dialogue has to be continuous. And the other element also, which we've been promoting because we also developed some recommendation, is the fact that we have to be much more AI literate. In the beginning, when we were talking about AI, trade union in particular were saying, oh my God, you know, we are not engineers, so we don't want to get involved. So it's very important that we debunk the myth that, I mean, it's a technology like any other technologies. Workers have to be involved. They have also to be supported by experts. This is why the legislation on, I think, platform work actually foresee the possibility for experts. The last point also, when we talk about being AI literate, is also develop a critical mindset. It's been said by Isabel, I mean, the machine actually is not always right, and we have actually to develop that critical mindset. So I will stop here. I mean, I could talk much more, but I will stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, you still get a chance to get into that. Cinzia, as a president of SOC section here in the EESC, there was a number of opinions being prepared around this issue. So what you would see as a part of a toolkit to help the trade unions to respond to the AI?
Thanks a lot. I would like to speak in Italian, so also to bring some south in this debate, because we saw a lot of Nordic. Sorry. So, vorrei riportarvi un po' alla realtà, perché poi dobbiamo anche fare i conti con quello che succede nei nostri luoghi di lavoro, nelle nostre aziende e dove il sindacato riesce a intervenire. Abbiamo alcuni esempi. Io vorrei partire un po' da quello che stiamo facendo in Italia, per una volta, perché c'è un osservatorio al CNEL e è stato istituito anche un osservatorio al Ministero del Lavoro, ma ci sono poi una serie per monitorare e mappare i contratti di lavoro che regolamentano alcuni aspetti dell'intelligenza artificiale. Siamo ovviamente all'inizio, ma questa mappatura per noi è molto utile per capire dove i sindacati riescono ad intervenire con il management e dove invece ci sono delle fragilità, degli ostacoli, dei rischi, mancata conoscenza dei sistemi, eccetera. Allora, noi siamo partiti, cioè, in questo gruppo di studio del quale fanno parte CGIL, CISL e UIL, Confindustria e anche altre organizzazioni, Confartigianato, sono organizzazioni imprenditoriali, quindi sindacati e imprenditori. Sono partiti perché sono loro che stanno lavorando su una mappatura di alcuni contratti, soprattutto nel settore farmaceutico, assicurativo, servizi digitali e industriali. Quali sono le questioni che sono state affrontate? Innanzitutto tutto ciò che riguarda l'automazione del lavoro e non le decisioni manageriali, che sono un altro filone. E ci sono 3 componenti essenziali che sono state oggetto di contrattazione. Tenete conto che parliamo solo di contratti aziendali. Non siamo ancora in una fase di contratti settoriali, se non nel settore assicurativo, che vi dico una cosa molto interessante sulla contrattazione d'anticipo, quindi si sta parlando di come si fa una contrattazione ex ante per intervenire sui rischi ex ante e non ex post, perché finora molto della contrattazione è stata, una volta che si evidenziano le discriminazioni e c'è un problema, si interviene successivamente. Invece l'obiettivo è quello di capire cosa si può negoziare prima. Allora ci sono 3 assi. Il primo asse è l'utilizzo dei dati che sono trasferiti dalla conoscenza umana alla macchina. E questi dati sono un contributo umano all'elaborazione dell'algoritmo. Come viene compensato questo contributo umano? Come viene valorizzato? Qual è il livello contrattuale che si dà a questo contributo umano che serve per costruire l'algoritmo? In un contratto, Connecta, che è un'azienda che si occupa dell'applicazione della tecnologia e della progettazione, quindi aiuta le imprese ad utilizzare l'intelligenza artificiale, in questo contratto c'è una clausola specifica che proibisce l'uso dei dati generati dal lavoro umano a scopo sostitutivo dei lavoratori. Questo vuol dire, si stabilisce un principio molto importante, che la formazione dell'intelligenza artificiale, quindi dell'algoritmo, non può basarsi su risorse cognitive prodotte dall'uomo senza una specifica, senza un esplicito consenso e anche un compenso per questo lavoro. Quindi è un principio fondamentale. Certo, è un unico caso, abbiamo solo questo in Connecta, però potrebbe essere un ambito nel quale si può costruire. L'aspetto principale che è stato negoziato in diversi contratti è il monitoraggio della performance. Abbiamo detto stamattina in diversi vostri interventi la supremazia del potere del datore di lavoro nella sorveglianza, quindi l'utilizzo distorto che si fa della sorveglianza, perché questo può incidere sia sulle forme di migliorie, di aumenti professionali, anche di comportamenti. Questo può incidere anche sul lavoro stesso del lavoratore, quindi la forma di sorveglianza. In diversi contratti si stabilisce che i dati raccolti non possono essere utilizzati per scopi meritocratici, disciplinari, offensivi. I dati raccolti da Saipem, che è una grossa industria del settore industriale che sicuramente Isabel conosce, è stabilito espressamente che i dati utilizzati per la sorveglianza non possono essere utilizzati per scopi disciplinari, ma soltanto a scopo di salute e sicurezza, cioè per vedere quali sono i rischi sulla salute e la sicurezza dei lavoratori. Il fatto che venga scritto in un contratto per noi è molto importante. Per noi è molto importante perché si impedisce la discrezionalità del datore di lavoro. Altri contratti invece lasciano alle parti di decidere di volta in volta. Quindi questo appunto è come si regolamenta la discrezionalità del datore di lavoro, che per noi anche è molto importante. Un ultimo punto, sì, lo so, sono italiana, un ultimo punto riguarda il terzo blocco, è sull'automazione. Noi abbiamo detto che l'automazione può portare a ripetitività del lavoro, può portare ad una diversa autonomia, a una ridotta autonomia, ad una intensificazione, ma anche a una sostituzione dei lavoratori. Quindi molti contratti prevedono un'analisi non solo quantitativa, di quanto lavoro si perde, quanto viene assorbito, quanto viene modificato, ma anche una valutazione qualitativa del lavoro. Quindi il ruolo importante è, in alcuni contratti c'è una regolamentazione ex ante per capire qual è l'incidenza sulla tenuta dei posti di lavoro. In alcuni contratti, molti, anche si stabiliscono i benefici. Quando c'è una introduzione di tecnologia che porta ad una riduzione di compiti standardizzati, ad una riduzione dell'orario di lavoro, come si ripartiscono questi benefici? In diversi contratti è previsto che ci sia una formazione aggiuntiva per i lavoratori proprio per ripartire questa diversa distribuzione del lavoro. Questi sono alcuni esempi concreti, però pensavo che fosse utile anche portare qualcosa di visibile che si sta facendo in alcune aree. Poi ci sono altre questioni.
Thank you very much, Cinzia, for this concrete Italian example of solutions. I'm turning to Berta Dedden, the Director for ICTS at Union Europa. How your sectors are actually viewing this? Where are you actually in responding to this challenge? Isabel, could you switch off the mic? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Chair, for giving me the floor. And I can, of course, echo a lot of what has been said. I think I will try to keep it short rather and say what we are doing. We have run research 2 years ago. Actually, we started collecting examples of collective bargaining agreements in the services sector across Europe, across our affiliation. And we had the survey and a study, and it showed us what the obstacles actually were, why unions would or would rather not be able to negotiate on AI or AI-related issues. Then we saw, for instance, that a majority of our affiliates would really like to negotiate on it, but the problems were several gaps. And I think what's important, if we are discussing a toolkit, what is it actually what unions need to effectively bargain on AI, sorry. So I think key obstacles that we have identified were that unions, first of all, have insufficient resources, be it for technical understanding, competence, enough people to really look into the matter, but also information. So we already mentioned that there's a huge asymmetry or power imbalance of information and communication when it comes to AI and algorithmic management. And that is a key problem. So information and consultation rights have been mentioned. This is super important. Technical expertise I've mentioned. But then simply, many employers are just refusing to negotiate on AI. So even with the best setup, what can you do about that? And so we have to come up with a strategy, with a plan B, especially we have been discussing legislation. So what do we do if there will be still a void, if there is no legislation? I think we really have to push for even more social dialogue and collective bargaining on the matter. And how can we do that? I think what we need is good practice examples. We need concrete model language on how to negotiate on AI. And Cinzia has already mentioned some examples. There's a lot in every sector, actually, that you will find examples. And we are currently updating our database together with the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and the Wage Indicator Foundation. So we collect models, examples of concrete AI CBAs. We will provide that. It's open. It's on our website. You can have a look. We will launch the update in December. And I think what is really important, we've been touching upon it, but if we talk, for instance, about generative AI or agentic AI, which will be the next step, it's skills, it's AI literacy, and it's, above all, it's human oversight. I think these are the key things: skills, human oversight, transparency, and enhancing trust. These are the core issues trade unions need to negotiate upon, and we have to facilitate that for our members across Europe by providing them with the best examples. And the good news for me, at least, is that between 2023-24, when we started our research, we came across a 20-something number of agreements, and we will now increase the number of agreements we've identified. So things are happening. And so I think the good news is that trade unions have actually started negotiating on it, and we are in a good progress here. It's maybe not perfect yet, but we are on a good way. So I think we have a lot of negative issues coming up all the time, but it might be nice also to actually push a bit for the good news that, yes, it's happening, but we just have to give a helping hand a bit more. And the example we just heard before is fantastic news because it's all pushing into the right direction. So I would like to spread a bit of optimism here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Optimism is always more than welcome, and we all need it. Actually, yeah, that's why we are here. Turning now to Linda Larsson, a researcher at the Swedish LO Confederation, to hear a bit more of the Nordic perspective on the issue. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation. My organization is obviously a trade union confederation, so I will talk from a confederation perspective here. We have, and I'm going to tell you briefly about a bit of the work that we have done over the past couple of years, also, of course, in collaboration with our members. But just a very brief background on the Swedish situation. The Swedish LO is representing blue-collar workers, and actually, traditionally, the Swedish blue-collar workers have a rather optimistic take on structural change, also new tech, and that has to do with we have institutionalized also in our collective bargaining processes, also with trade union tools that we have been provided with laws, but also the vast majorities of issues in the workplace that are dealt with through collective agreements. So that is actually the basis and the toolkit for when we work with these issues in general, but also for new technology. So that is good to keep in mind, and the use of new tech in the Swedish workforce and the Swedish workplaces is also rather high. And for us, it has been crucial to actually do sort of an assessment to see where we stand today with the new technology. Are the Swedish blue collars, how are they? How would you say? How are they using, and how is the new technology, AI and such, being used in the workplace, and how is it part of the collective bargaining model. So over the past years, we've done some assessments. We have done some research, not just ourselves. I mean, that's also why it's been very lovely to be part of these FEPS projects, to do it on a broader scale and a European scale. But we also have had research done. We are fortunate enough to have partner structures with our counterpart, our social partner counterpart in Sweden. So within that framework, we actually have social partner founded research done on, amongst other things, algorithmic management and the impacts of it. So for us, it was important to have. Is it my time that's up? That was loud and clear. Otherwise, even I would have gotten the point. No, but then so we've done research on it, but we also done surveys ourselves and also talked to the members of our members, so to say. And what we have discovered is that even though we have good tools in place, CBAs, but also laws. OSH law, for example, is a very useful. We have GDPR, and also a very strong Co-Determination Act. It's actually tech neutral and aims for the future in its structure. But it turns out that actually trade unions and are not really using the tools that they have. And so this is indeed, I mean, this is old news. I think everyone could talk to this. But for us, it was valid to actually know, because it places us on the baseline. You know, you want to be in the forefront thinking about the future ahead, but we really need to take not a step back, but we need to go back to basics, basically. While, of course, also looking ahead in our strategies for what to do now. So we see that, you know, before, during, and after implementation of new technologies, there is a small part that is actually part of that. And usually when things are negotiated, it could be later on in the process. So there is a lot of room for improvement, so to say. We also done surveys, and our latest survey actually showed that it has had more of an OSH focus, but it showed that one in three, this is quite a good number, 1 in 3 of workers in Sweden said that new technology was used for work task allocation, but also work distribution. Also to evaluate work and work pace, and also to evaluate the quality of work. 1 in 3 of the blue collar said that. We also asked them about how they feel about how it's impacting them, and also a third. I only took the answers. I had a third because it's easy to remember, but a third actually experienced a workload increase. Also, loss of autonomy, it's also old news, a third. And of course, as a result, if not increased stress, a third. So it shows that we have a lot to work with, that's for sure. Even though Swedish blue-collar workers in general are quite pro-tech, I would say. You know, they're not afraid of getting their jobs cut due to technology. They're also quite. They also tell us in our surveys that they're happy to learn more. They want to gain knowledge to be able to perform their work. But we see that the tools that we have are not being used. So this is obviously where we really need to put work. And we also see that we need general knowledge, how do you say, increase? We need a knowledge push for this, awareness raising, and also when it comes to AI literacy, I think it's super important that we really need. I think that for us it's about capacity building amongst the unions, but I also think that we need something on a broader scale when it comes to AI literacy. We need something more than just unions caring for these issues themselves. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a last, but of course not least speaker in this introductory round, Aida Pons del Castillo, Senior Researcher at the European Trade Union Institute. We know all that you deal with the issue for quite some time already, quite in depth. So your short introduction on the issue, because then I'm going to come back to all of you with targeted questions with quick responses. Aida.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you to my co-panelists. I am not going to share with you good practices that you have heard from everybody. I'm a researcher, so I don't have them actually. But I will share with you 2 points. The first one is that we have to recognize that trade unions have remarkably responded very quickly to this AI transformation. They have responded in the many ways that you have seen today and much more, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. They have done all sorts of activities and engagement at all levels, at national and at company level, but also at European level and at the international level too. And that has happened very quickly, 1, and 2, with very good knowledge in a way. However, I think that in a good way, trade unions need to make a strategic approach to AI. All these targeted or untargeted activities done very quickly have shown their expertise and engagement, but what trade unions have lacked in the whole world is the lack of a unified, coherent strategy altogether. If this happens, then their power and their influence, which will be like the comet that is coming to our atmosphere right now. And I have said this because I didn't invent it. I have taken as an experience because trade unions have already done that, the same unified, coherent strategy in all over the world. And this example happened in the just transition. When climate change and the just transition debate started to happen, it was more or less exactly the same phenomena. What happened? Trade unions pulled their energy together and boom, they delivered unique targeted voice. And thanks to that, we have a very clear objectives of what unions have. We have very clear demands at very high level at the IPCC panels, and unions are actually leaders in the just transition. So I really want to invite to have the material is there. We don't have to have anything invented. The material is there, but just to make exactly the same effort that they made with the just transition dimension. The second point that I would like to share with you is just a piece of research that I have published today as well, or this week, and it's entitled "The Right to Meaningful Explanation in Algorithmic Management." And in this piece of research, and I have some copies here, if you like to have and engage with me in this discussion, I would love to have some feedback. Is the fact that this year the Court of Justice judged about an issue. The case is Dunn and Bradstreet in Austria. It's the case of a data subject that was denied a credit, and she requested for an explanation of why the automated system said no. And basically, this case ruled 2 things. The first thing is that we do have, any individual in the EU, they have the right to a meaningful explanation, not a wishy-washy explanation that it's impossible to understand because of the technicalities. But the court said that, 1, technical complexity is not an excuse for any provider to say something meaningful about how the decision was derived from an automated decision-making system. And 2, very important, is that
confidentiality or secrecy or business issues are neither an excuse for the employer or the deployer to provide a meaningful explanation. And those two criteria or clarifications of the court are absolutely significant for employees. So in this paper, I argue that this right to meaningful explanation is very, very meaningful and pivotal for exercising it in the context of employment. So we do have that right. And a GDPR will not be effective, never will be effective, if we don't exercise them. So I really invite unions and everybody to do this at the workplace. Plus, this increases the level of transparency of how decisions are made, of how processes, work management is made. And Birte also mentioned transparency is needed, and you are working on that also, Isabel. And I want to link, it's also in the paper, if we have this meaningful explanation that will increase our level of transparency and understanding, we need to pool also resources from other pieces of legislation in the EU acquis. And I'm talking specifically about the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. I propose in this paper that we should take provisions from the Digital Services Act in order to increase that level of transparency in concrete. There is an article that requests to have independent audits for some platforms that are provoking significant risks to society. We know for a fact, because we have the fines by the DPAs, the data protection authorities, that some employers or deployers are also provoking systemic risk or very big risk to employees, like the fines that we had in Amazon in France. A big amount of employers were significantly impacted, and another big fine in H&M in Germany and in Globo in Italy, etc., etc. So I think that the provision of the DSA on having independent audits on those companies that are provoking systemic risk on employees needs to be somewhere in our future directive on AI at the workplace. Similarly, these companies need to be, give more transparency to research and open their systems and their data to have independent research, just as the DSA. I am not inventing anything that is not in EU law. I think that companies that have a systemic risk in the digital markets area can be also be held responsible for the same type of risk in the workers' employment area, and it's something that we should definitely be inspired from. And this is what I would like to share with you and discuss. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you for this first round, actually enlightening different elements and watching it from the different angles. Let's now go, before opening the floor for the audience, to really short and very quick round of targeted questions to some of you to maybe briefly develop or highlight or just really simply answer the question, so that we actually could make it a bit more lively and go back home with, you know, some uptakes. It's pretty late, so we all need some repetition. So I start, Linda, with you. What does the use of AI in the workplace mean for the struggle of trade unions, and how would a toolkit aid them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that we already have parts of the toolkit. I think it's more about how to use them, and I think that is for us the big issue at the moment. Yeah. Do you want me to elaborate more?
Well, actually, no need, because it's quite a clear message. You know, we have it, and it has been mentioned several times already today. You know, we are having rights, we are just not using them. You know, we are not fighting for enforcement and so on. Isabel and Berta, what are the key power challenges workers face under algorithmic management? Does this fundamentally alter the way workers deal with the managers and the employers, or does it not? Whomever of you could start.
Well, potentially, it does. I mean, we've mentioned. I mean, this is what we've been discussing today. Actually, I mean, how to have a meaningful counterpower. Actually, but there is one aspect that I didn't touch upon in my initial statement, is the fact that what AI allows is more and more individual relationship between employers and an employee. And we hear that a lot now because the employers have learned their lesson. I mean, the question of trust, the fact that you cannot impose a technology on workers without involving them is quite clear. Otherwise, the Google Glass, they stay in the back of the warehouse, actually, or the workshop, whatever you call the plant. So, I mean, this is what we hear more and more. I mean, we have to involve workers. I mean, and this is actually a new narrative. But the challenge is actually moving away from this individual approach to a collective approach, because this is what we want to build, actually. We want to build collective protection, and this is where collective bargaining is. I mean, of course, we need the law, but at the end of the day, this has to be translated into agreement as well. So just to point out the importance of collective protection.
Yes, and maybe I could add to that. We also represent professionals and managers in Europa, and they have been very in-depth discussing this issue from a managerial perspective. And as we know, we've talked about power imbalance and asymmetry. The difficulty is if you have automated decision-making, there is no human in the loop anymore. Or how can we ensure that the systems put in place, they should rather be there to assist the decision-making process, but not. It's not sufficient that a manager is just left to validate a technological decision. It should be really concrete human and control and oversight. So what is needed is not only when we talk about upskilling, it's not, and we mentioned it before, very often employers buy systems off the shelf with very little technical knowledge themselves about how a product functions. And I think it is important that for both employees, but also the managers, the employees, we need training, we need upskilling, and not only for workers. We cannot make workers responsible for it, because what happens is the more we use ADMS systems, workers are more and more pushed into a mere job of overseeing the final technically made decision, without any human involvement. And so that also means there's a shift of responsibility for any decision taken. And that shouldn't be the case, because you automatically also have half of a managerial decision then. And so we have to reinforce also professionals and managers in the human aspect of decision taking, and ensuring that both employees and managers are trained on it and get that know-how, actually. So I think that's also an aspect we have to look at.
Very good. I still would develop on that a little bit with the two of you. Which gaps can you see in the trade union capacity when it comes to understanding and negotiating? You both touch upon that, but still, are there any other gaps we would need to highlight and bring on the light so that we could deal with that?
Well, I pretty much talked about it before, but I think if we look into, I think the key word here is governance. And so what is lacking and where we should aim for, and this will be a very tough fight because employers are not at all happy about this, but we have to push for governance frameworks. We do have collective agreements, for instance, in Deutsche Telekom or IBM, but these are very specifically, well, agreements very, very much catering to a co-determination market or context. So you can't copy that necessarily, but there are possibilities to have social dialogue on governance. And what do I mean by governance? I mean not only the task level impact, so it should also be on what is the tool used for, how does it impact on the working conditions? That is the most straightforward question. But it was mentioned on another panel, the key first question is why? Why do you want to deploy a specific tool. Where's the added value? Do you just do it because there's a hype, because you feel you have competition, or is there any concrete added value in using the tool? So that is something why trade unions at the first stage, let's say, should be consulted. Another question would be, what are our red lines? So you should discuss the ethical red lines with your employers. So if we agree on, and that's linking up to the point of we are not against technology, it's about proactively accompanying the implementation process. And I think that should be key. Also, the issue of trust, we mentioned it more from the angle of trust of an employee towards a system that he or she is subjected to. But it's also very important for employers, and we hear that a lot. I'm sitting in the telecom social dialogue with the likes of Orange and Deutsche Telekom, and they are also very keen on ensuring a certain level of trust, because without trust among the workforce, companies cannot push the AI adoption as much as they want. I mean, the European Commission, everybody is pushing more and more for AI uptake. But if nobody is trusting the systems, you cannot ask people to actually deal with it. And so there is a win-win situation in enhancing trust on both sides. And I think that should be one of the selling points or arguments for us as trade unions to push for social dialogue.
Was too complete from your side. Brilliant, brilliant. Turning Cinzia now to you and partly to Isa as well. Key components that must be included in the capacity building toolkit. Do certain sectors need different tools and capacities, or do they all face the same challenge?
Well, I would like to complete on the red lines and also an aspect that has not been addressed, legal fragmentation at national level. This is something that trade unions ask very strongly in the discussions that we had in the preparation of the opinion. The legal fragmentation is a key concern. Why? Because then we give to the national courts the role of interpreting the laws, and therefore there are disparities among countries, among sectors, and among workers, because then you have an individual case and then the interpretation of the law is left to the judges. So this is something why we discussed this morning what has to be regulated at national level or with collective bargaining or public authorities or European level. So this is really important to give certainties to everybody, because what we have now are collective agreements in the best cases which address certain points but not others. We do not have national sectoral agreements in most countries. This is a fact. And therefore, this fragmentation brings to inequalities, and then there is the big problem of big companies and medium-sized enterprises, which are completely out of this debate. So this is one point. On the red lines and what are the key components, we said access to all the data which are generated by technologies. The real access to all data for the trade unions, and this is something that is left to the discretionality of the employer. And I fully agree with what you said about trust, about representative trade unions. I'm sorry, because we also have the problems of yellow trade unions in many countries. So representative trade unions, trust, and have a mandate. The trade unions should have a mandate to negotiate because they represent the workers that they represent. Then independent audit, you said, it is not given for granted. So we need independent audit anyway, for all enterprises. It cannot be an optional only for those enterprises which have systemic risks. It should be an independent audit. It gives also trust to the reliability of the enterprise for workers. Then a binding human revision of the decisions. So this is strongly asked by all trade unions, because we can say a human-centric approach, these principles, OECD and so on, but then we should aim to a participatory AI, that we participate in the design, in the building, in the implementation of the AI, and we are not there. We are not there. So this is strongly asked. And then, of course, whatever is possible, if we have the real access to all the data generated by artificial intelligence and technologies in general, we can also have an assessment of the impact on jobs. Which jobs remain, which are transformed, which are going to be changed. This is an assessment that has to be carried out ex ante, not ex post, because ex post you lose jobs, or you have to reorganize in a way that you don't have all the tools for this. So these are the important topics to see what can be negotiated at enterprise level, what has to be regulated also by public authorities as far as rights is concerned. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cinzia. Linda, what strategies are trade unions using to influence use of AI in the workplace?
Yeah, I'm just going to give a general picture for the blue-collar workers of Sweden, but it varies and it differs a lot, depending on, of course, sector, but also how strong the membership from unions are in the workplace, and so on and so forth. So there is a very broad scale, I would say. What we can see is that where you have good institutionalized structures that are also being kept, these structures usually work and are also quite fruitful, I would say. When it comes to using the CBAs that we have, the code determination laws, but also the OSH work, we can see a very strong correlation between if there is a systematic OSH in place or not when it comes to tackling these issues. So that is very core functions that we all know of, but actually, they have a very, very significant role to play. So some of our unions and some workplaces are more into the OSH part of it all. Some are more into the code determination and being part of the whole collective bargaining structure. So it differs a lot. I think that what we try to do on a national level, what we as social partners on the national level could do was that within the framework of our joint, we have a mutual OSH work and also a dedicated organization for that. Over the past couple of years, we have been trying to, and then this work that has been done there is directed towards union reps working, but who has OSH responsibilities, but also, of course, employers and the OSH responsibility that they have. Within that, we're trying to educate and put forward the word, which is, it's so silly to actually say, but it has really become a thing. And I think that several touched upon it, and it is the fact that we have to somehow demystify this tech narrative, that new tech is just tech questions. It's an IT question, And so we have to, both from the trade union side and also from the employer side, really take this on board and try not to shy away from it, but actually owning it and owning it properly. So that has been, it's a very small thing, but it's been one of the strategies from our side how to actually tackle this huge problem, because that is what actually is simmering down to the workplace level. So we're trying also to start from the top down while trying to empower the bottom-up perspective. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Actually, last question in this round, so that you also have the chance to come up with comments or questions. Aida, what can trade unions use to put forward their strategies?
I think that they just have answered. And
that's correct.
Yes,
but the repetition is the mother of the wisdom.
So I will repeat myself. I think that they need to come up with a campaign with a very specific focus all together and just launch it massively. You speak it up. You have solve your problems basically, but just one aligned effort. A big shout to the whole world, and that's it. But also, just if I may, you have, all of you, repeated all of the things that are there already in the AI Act. And the AI Act will be there in whatever shape it will take next year. Trust, or human in the loop, data management, risk assessment, everything. So it's the right moment to jump into applying the AI Act or implementing the AI Act at the company level. All companies are forced to assess how many AI systems they have, make a list, make an inventory and put it on the inventory of the European Commission if they comply with this high risk. Trade unions can have access to this inventory because it's not confidential, it's public information. Why don't you go and knock on the doors of the companies and say, why don't we do this inventory together? And we together assess how many systems you have at the workplace and assess together which ones fall into the high risk category. And then from the beginning, unions can be really steering the implementation of the AI Act. This regulation cannot be implemented without the unions, as unluckily GDPR was. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. I mean, it was full of strategic approach, smaller tips and tricks, experience from your respective organizations. So I find it at the end of our meeting extremely important, but still the floor is open for your questions and comments. Wait. Tanya, Jack, Javier. Yeah. Diana? Okay, so for the moment, I've got the lady. No, the guy over there. Last time I made the same mistake. I can remember. Can you remember?
I can remember, yeah.
Yes. Sorry for that again, a year later. Sorry.
I am only more beautiful after a year.
That's
so
because of your blonde hair, blonde hair, you know. I've got Jack, I've got Tanya, I've got Javier, and I've got Diana Shabota. Anyone else wishing to comment, put a question? If not, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Johannes Anttila, and I used to work at the think tank Demos Helsinki, so I was leading the research in Finland on the FEPS work on the case studies in the retail and logistics. And then since last March, I've been here at the European Parliament working as a policy advisor for the left on technology and workers' rights. And for example, this morning spent 4 hours negotiating the own initiative legislative report. And I was a bit pessimistic, so I was very happy to hear some optimism on the collective bargaining level. And I know that the majorities currently in Parliament are what they are, and in Council they're even worse. So I think really this collective bargaining and doing it on the enterprise level, on the sector level, is the kind of hopeful way to go for the next couple of years. So I had maybe a very specific question, because in the negotiations that we currently have, we're only talking about private data. We're seeing data subjects as pure subjects. So bringing in these kind of aspects of collective data rights or more collective actions is super, super difficult currently on the legislative level, but these examples of how to do it on the collective bargaining level were very inspiring. And then I would like to ask maybe specifically Cynthia and Birte on this data ownership. So I think it sounded like a really big thing that there would be full transparency on the kinds of data that are collected, and then that the value accrued from the use of those systems would be dealt out to workers. So I wanted to hear specifically maybe how that was done and what does it mean to have these collective data rights over the data produced by the workers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next year I do it correctly, Johannes. Sorry again. Jack, please go ahead.
Thank you, Lucy, and thanks for organising an excellent day. Just a small thing. I refer to Ida's initial contribution. She referenced, or you referenced, as a seeming what appears to be a quite groundbreaking EDC decision on the right to what you called meaningful explanation, and I just wonder if we could have the reference to that circulated, because it seems to be very significant, but also maybe the reference to the article, or maybe the court judgment is cited in the article, or the reference to find it is. It would be very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jack. We can include actually this, it's a policy brief, I would guess, Ida, into the sendings of all the presentations you're going to be receiving, so that it is added. But of course, you will have a chance to develop on that, Ida, at the end. Tanya, please.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and also thank you very much to everyone. It's really, really great that we can wrap up. So it's like on the solution side. So I would like to come back to 2 points, partly it's like from Linda and also from Birte have been mentioning. Linda very much like also the positive sides, like to say, okay, very strongly grounded in the social partner tradition, that you have also like the good links with the employer side, not just like to collect new data, making studies, but also on the negotiation side. But Birte also made a very good point. Sometimes the employers just don't want to negotiate. So I think maybe that we can draw from your good examples, and of course I'm fully understanding that we have different social partnership traditions. Being socialized in Austria, now adopted in Germany, is a different culture. But based on your strong collaboration with the employers, how can we make a business case out of the fact that a CBA is useful also when it comes then to increasing the productivity? And I'm fully also with Isabella. It's like we have to discuss also how to, equally spread those productivity gains. But starting with the best practice, how would you tell a narrative that we maybe then can also apply and use, that it's good for business to have a CBA like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Javier?
Sí, bueno, pues contaré mi segunda preocupación respecto a la inteligencia artificial. Esta mañana la expresaba las políticas económicas, incluso fiscales, ¿no? Frente al enorme poder de las empresas que lo controlan. Ahora, la ideología cultural, y digo de antemano que yo considero que es inevitable su introducción, pero claro, no es lo mismo que esté al servicio del bien general o que esa introducción y generalización sea controlada no tanto por sí mismo, por el cerebro de la inteligencia, sino por quienes controlan. Y mi preocupación tiene alguna relación con la organización del trabajo y otros campos donde yo veo sesgos. Yo he hecho algunas pruebas, yo no las suelo utilizar, pero temas políticos, ideológicos y culturales, yo noto sesgos. Es decir, los procesos, la pregunta, los procesos de aprendizaje, esos que gastan tanto energía eléctrica, tanta agua, que se realizan bajo montañas, en lugares fríos, ¿no se introduce un sesgo ideológico en determinados campos? En el aprendizaje de los sistemas de inteligencia, en el ámbito del conocimiento histórico, político y en el de la organización del trabajo. Porque bien está el controlar ya los efectos de un sistema introducido en una empresa. No. ¿Cómo se producen los sistemas? Eso es incontrolable. He intentado profundizar algo, o sea, con poco tiempo, sin grandes, Y ese es lo más opaco que se pueda establecer. Es decir, ¿cómo podríamos controlar los sistemas de aprendizaje de inteligencia artificial de modo que fueran más... No solamente el algoritmo, el resultado final, no. ¿Cómo aprende la inteligencia artificial? Y tiene un sesgo ideológico y cultural en determinados campos, a mi juicio, claro. Y quienes dominan, hoy por oportunismo, quienes dirigen los CEOs de esas compañías grandes, por convicción oportunismo, están en el campo de aquello contra lo que estamos luchando y nos preocupa, que es la extrema derecha.
Thank you very much, Javier. And Diana Shabota, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the panelists, both now and in the morning session. I think this was an extremely interesting debate that we had throughout the day. So I'll start my comment by referring first to Cinzia's comment in her first intervention when she mentioned that we need to have qualitative assessments and assessments on the impact of AI on our rights and on our work. And I think this is obviously extremely important, not only focusing on the quantitative assessments and not only focusing on anticipatory discussions that we are actually having at the moment, because what is happening at the moment is we really don't know what is happening. We have a huge lot of hype in the whole discourse, which is both positive and negative. We have utopian hype, we have dystopian hype, but we actually don't know what is happening, because on the one hand, we are still in the infancy of the implementation of AI, but also because there is a huge amount of invisibility of the impact of AI. It is in a way happening gradually and silently, exposing workers. I mean, research that I did in Croatia this year shows not only that trade unions and workers don't understand how AI function, but they don't even understand and know whether they are using AI, whether they are being subjected and exposed to AI. And if we don't know this, how we can then effectively oppose AI and, to regulate it. So if we cannot name it, we cannot oppose it. And I think this is obviously extremely important opportunity for trade unions to position ourselves in this debate constructively, because we very often, I'm speaking now for Croatia, but I think this also refers to many other countries, that we ourselves are not taking part in AI discussions because of this technical complexity issues. We think it's very opaque, very difficult to understand, but we keep forgetting what our role is, that we should focus on the union and worker impacts of AI and not on the, the algorithm, the black box of the system, but how it really affects workers and in our rights. And this is where we should be focusing. And another point, Cinzia also mentioned consent, and this is obviously extremely important. And we know what this means in legal terms, and also it's very much related to the right to information and consultation. And when I mentioned that many workers don't know that whether they are using AI or not, this shows that in effect, in practice, this right to information and consultation is not being enforced, but also that we do not have power in the workplace to exercise this right to consent, because in practice what is happening is that we are being blackmailed to consent. Workers do not have power to say no to the implementation. Not only that they don't understand AI, but they can't simply oppose AI and its introduction. And this is why many of you were mentioning different dimensions of AI literacy. So we need to have skill enhancement, understanding of the basic concepts of AI. But I think that at the core of developing of AI literacy, at least when we speak about the union role in developing this literacy, is focusing on power. How we can really have power in the workplace to oppose and to regulate AI. And I think this is where we need to focus in future.
Thank you very much. So that's it from the audience. Ladies, back to you. There were some questions targeted to some of the speakers, but definitely all of you've got, because that's really nice. We are having a very good timing. So it was Cinzia Berta, I guess. So Cinzia, start.
Okay.
Still stay brief, Cinzia, although the timing is good.
Okay, I try to be short. On the ownership of data, this is very interesting. The point is, do we leave this data, private data, but also collective data, only to the employer? No, I want to understand. I want to be there. I want to see how they manage this data. Of course, there are sensitive data which are not for public use, and also for the trade unions, it's important to understand which are the data which are useful for us to understand the transformation in the work organization. For example, job displacement, we need to understand which might be the implications on the work, or task de-skilling. We need to understand all this. These data are, in our experience, but also listening to other countries, because I work with the OECD, so we have relations at different levels. And there is a part of data which have to be controlled also by workers representatives. This is why I come back to representative trade unions who have a mandate to negotiate and also to manage this information. So this is very, very important. The second aspect on qualitative assessment. Now, do we have all the instruments to make these qualitative assessments? No, Diana, unfortunately no. The examples that we have are very fragmented. There are big enterprises where there is a recognition of the counterparts, there is trust, so you have access to different information. But in my country, in your country, or in many other countries where we have 95% of small and middle-sized enterprises, either we succeed at sectoral level to establish a legal framework or a rule-based framework, or we are in the hands of the discretionality of employers. I want to be very, 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 very clear, because this is the. Now, you say if we do not have all the information, we are not able to oppose to AI. We cannot oppose to AI. I mean, it is a fact. We cannot oppose. It is better for us to be equipped to manage AI, to have the information, to have the knowledge, the skilling, also for those who have to negotiate, but we cannot oppose. Otherwise, we will be submerged and completely in the hands of somebody in the big guy, Hudson, And consent. This is a legal vacuum, because we are all used to sign all kinds of forms. We don't even know what we sign. Is this a consensus, a knowledge consensus, that you really know what you are giving your consensus for? And this is a big question, because then I think we have to trust trade union representatives at enterprise level or at sectorial level, who can really have the knowledge and the capacity to say, this can be done, this cannot be done, because you cannot expect that all workers can have this knowledge and also legal knowledge of what it means to have a consent. So this is why I fully agree that we need, first of all, to train the leadership of the trade unions who have the role of negotiating in this sense. I hope I have replied.
Thank you very much. I've got Berta, I've got Aida, definitely Linda and Isabel as well. So, but in this order, if we could go like that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I tried to briefly comment on some of the questions. So for Johannes, well, we are not at the start of collective bargaining on AI. We have already advanced, but we are not there yet. So anything, like I can't pull out of my head now any concrete CBA on data ownership, collective data rights. I'd love to, but I can't. I'm really sorry. The thing is, in our study, we've seen that most of the agreements that have been made were either horizontally on the introduction of new technologies, so basically a framework agreement, which can open the door to many discussions. So that's as a first step. A lot was also on upskilling, training, and these kind of questions. Data ownership has not necessarily been one of them. So this is something where we are aiming at, but we are just not there yet. So it's just, frankly speaking, like that. Another question was regarding workers don't know if they are using AI and so on. That's as well something we've seen in many of our research reports, that 1 out of 3 workers was in the dark. They had no clue. I think that has been slowly changing. There has been a lot between, let's say, 2019 and now. There have been an enormous wave of awareness-raising initiatives, including this one, regarding AI, algorithmic management, among the trade unions. So I think we are in a better position now, or should be in a better position. Regarding information, consultation, consent, and all these questions, and the empowerment of trade unions, mandated trade unions, representative trade unions, of course, I think when you do not have the ideal environment, you do not have maybe legislation for good co-determination, etc. What I suggest is really use the good practice, look outside of your own borders and check. There's a lot of material already there. Many of the ETAs have produced a lot of material. National trade unions have produced a lot of guidance, and I'm talking about not only agreements, but also things like checklists. When you start negotiation, what do you need to ask your employer to better understand the use of AI in your workplace? There is a lot of material out there that trade unions can already use and start working on this and developing in their own context how they can approach the issue. So I think you want to look at how you can use the topic of AI for your own organizing strategy. I think that comes down to that. On a very practical level, what do you want to do? You need to empower workers. You want to have more worker participation, especially in companies where you might not have that union density. I think it's a good topic to look at when you want to organize, when you want to get more membership, and really try to ask those questions. And if you need material, I mean, there's a lot of info. We are more than happy, I think, all of us, to share that with you. But the start has been made. So I think now we are more into, and I look at Ida, kind of regrouping everything that's already out there and trying to strategize around that on a more meta level, or however you want to call that. So I'm slightly optimistic, but we have to really push. Underline slightly, I see some faces here. But, I mean, things are happening, so it's not all lost.
Thank you. Ida?
Yeah, just very quickly, just to clarify important terms that we really need to know by heart. Sorry, but the issue of consent. Consent cannot be used by the employer to the colleague from Croatia. That's a problem, so don't get confused. Consent is not a valid legal basis to collect workers' data. If employers are using consent, they are doing it unlawfully. And you can go to your data protection authority in any country and say, hello, look at my employer's practices. They are violating GDPR. So please don't use consent and refuse categorically when that happens. That's one. And the second one is data ownership. So that's also a term that I think is fundamentally wrong. Data is not owned by anybody. Just like you don't, or like your employer doesn't own your heart or your liver or your eye. So we cannot speak about data ownership because data doesn't fall into the property rights legal sphere. We cannot sell data as I sell the pen and then you give me money and then the property of the pen belongs to you. Well, wait a minute. No, you give it away. You give it away because it's easy for you to give it away. You don't want to click I don't want to give the cookies and you don't want to adjust your cookies. We give it away. But we have to speak, we cannot speak about data ownership. Please, please, please remove that from your lexicon. Instead, talk about data sharing. With whom are we sharing and what are the conditions, contractual conditions for data sharing? And also we have a lot of studies about that. So we have to change the narrative about that and use the right words. Otherwise, it's going to be counterproductive on us. And just for the colleague, on the case, it's the case Dunn and Bradstreet, Austria, and it was judged this year. And yes, I have some copies of the policy brief that you can have afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ida. Isabel?
Thank you. I want to talk about data, but not about data ownership. Promise. No, I'd like to come back to that because, I mean, again, in industry, it's really important because industry produce lots and lots and lots of industrial data, which actually can, before, were not really processed, but now with algorithm, you can easily use and analyze this data and also draw element that can be used against workers. I mean, about monitoring emotion. If you think about quality control, you have all these sensors actually. So one thing that we are also, we are discussing and we see now concrete example of agreement is, and I think you hinted to that, is how this data is used or simply not used. I mean, you can simply agree with the management. Well, simply, it's maybe not so simple, but at least came to the conclusion that some of the data that are used in the production actually will not be used against workers. And we have very concrete example on that. I mean, to the question of Tanya, I love that, the business case for CBA. I think you're right. I mean, it's a question of business case because it's a learning process for us, but it's also, believe me, a learning process from employers. And sometimes you can see jaw dropping when they see the impact of AI also in the work environment. So I don't know whether this is creating a business case of CBA, but I mean, I completely agree with Peter. There has been a change of attitude. Of course, you have some employers that will never, ever negotiate, but at the end of the day, I mean, they also have a business to run. And we, again, debunk the myth. It's about managing change. I mean, we always talk about AI as a completely isolated technology. Often it comes with automation, it comes with transformation, it comes with investment. So it's also part of a broader transformation that also has to be negotiated. And completely on the consent, I completely agree. I mean, we've done lots and lots of training about how GDPR is relevant at the workplace. Ask the right question, but then how not accurate the notion of consent is at company level. But this requires really a lot of I mean, we've done, I'm looking at IDA because we've done that already a couple of years ago. We've done training, we've done material, and this is really important, actually. I mean, and this is where also the unions have to educate themselves.
Ladies, thank you very much. It has been a brilliant panel. It has been a lot of practicalities, a lot of explanations. Ada, thanks a lot for this because it's desperately needed, you know, your last intervention about the ownership, not ownership of the data. I mean, all what we have been talking here, different strategies, different collective agreements, you know, different instruments you are using, just shows that the mindset needs to be changed. And you gave really practical tools and instruments here to be helping us in coming to the process of the change. So thank you very much. Brilliant panel, and I'm happy I did have you here. Thank you. actually we are so good today, you know, not just having extremely interesting parts of our program, but we are very much fitting within the time frame. So we all are realizing we are coming to the close of today's event, and I would really love to extend my thanks to each and every one of you for your extremely active participation today. I could imagine that there might be parts with even more questions and comments, but the questions were very much to the point, rich insight you have shared throughout your contribution and discussions, so I'm really happy. I mean, deepest gratitude to all the speakers of today, because all of them have put immense work into understanding the issue, sharing with us the knowledge, being receptive to the different comments, explanations, and so on. For all of us, I guess it has been a really powerful reminder of the urgency and importance of our collective work concerning this issue. From the keynote speech to the panels to the tech talks, we've explored the multifaceted impact of algorithmic management and AI on the workers' rights, work environment, and the future of labor across Europe. I could easily show my list, you know, of the topics I've been putting down, from definitely back to basics, human in control, human in the loop. We need strategic approach. We need to use our rights. We need to exercise them. We need to work on enforcement and sanctions within different regulations. It's clear that we are asking for a regulation in this issue. It's clear that we need stronger involvement. We need to come, and I'm happy that so many times we have heard co-determination today, because it's really urgently needed. So something where we were really tiptoeing for really last periods, it's coming here really clearly. On skills and education, AI literacy, clear to every one of us. No need to develop on the data issue, very much here. Happy to have heard we need to be talking much more about the ethical red lines and about trust, which is needed. So there are very many different elements that are around this issue, which I guess we managed to meet today a bit, to find a way to realize that it could be on our side and it could be extremely helpful tool for us also to be using. We should really get into that and use it as an opportunity, not as a threat we need to be defensive about, but really find the ways how offensively use the situation which is here in front of us and progress. Progress together, collectively, on the trade union and workers' side, and this is basically our role. So we are here for that. So thank you all from my side for all you have been contributing to the success of this event of today. Huge thanks to FEPS and to you personally, Laszlo. Always happy and enjoying co-moderating such event. Basically, thanks a lot to both the teams of ours. It has been a bit challenging and a bit demanding, but their effort definitely contributed to the success of today's event. It's clear that it's not the end of the story, that it's an ongoing kind of work for us. We are going to be developing on that, I would say, in the near future, because the push for the regulation on the European level, it's clear for us. And last but not least, of course, huge thanks from my side. We are not finishing yet, but huge thanks to the interpreters. It was a day for you. Thank you, guys. So Laszlo, to you for the last word.
Yes, indeed, because it's a partnership. I also collected a few points for the closing. I think altogether 7. Number 1, indeed, just to echo what Lucy was just saying, indeed, it has been a remarkable partnership between our teams, our respective teams, who also during the day, but especially beforehand, ensured that we have a fantastic program, and we will not only learn, but also enjoy this conversation. So thanks to all the panelists, the speakers, and the very active audience for that. Since Lucy summed up the content, I don't want to elaborate on this, although I cannot resist making just one point, which is connecting this agenda with the long-term commitment to invest in skills. I think much of the discussion emphasized the importance of regulation and the influence of the workers on the decisions which introduce new technology, especially AI, into management, but more broadly speaking, services and the functioning of the economy and our societies. Nevertheless, I think there is a strong connection which we should bear in mind with human capital development, for which the European Union also has financial resources. So this is also connecting with the MFF debate, but also connects with what we call the Porto targets, that by 2030 we are supposed to reach 60% participation in lifelong learning in order to be able to take advantage of the new technologies. By the way, 2030 is going to be a fascinating year. I started to collect what will happen in 2030. We will reach if you listen to the European decision makers, we will reach 60% participation in lifelong learning. The EU will have 4 new member states, and we're going to go to war with Russia. So there's so many things awaiting us. Maybe not all of this will materialize, but we will get close to all. That's interesting. IG Metall. A lot to do, you know, to invest in the old and new technologies in order to succeed all in this endeavor. But jokes aside, FEPS indeed continues the very focused work on all this research, not only with the Nordics. So if you look at the FEPS website, or perhaps even subscribe our newsletter, or click on FEPS in various social media channels, you will see the very diverse activities we are having. One I would like to highlight, because today we had a strong Northern input. Our next Northern exposure is at the end of November in Copenhagen, where we organize a major event on the occasion of the Danish presidency of the Council, which we call Call to Europe. So you already find Call to Europe on the FEPS website, and if you happen to be in proximity to Copenhagen, then you will find it easy to attend this event, which will feature again MEPs, former Prime Minister Rasmussen, but many others, activists, experts who want to deal with questions of security, by the way, but also social questions like mental health, for example. Very, very topical issues. Having mentioned MEPs, I'm grateful to the MEPs who came today. Indeed, for us, it's very important that the European Parliament is listening to the voices of the workers, but also the researchers. And indeed, the morning session with the representative of DG Employment, Mr. Olsson, was also important. Executive Vice President, Minza to excuse herself, but we also keep close contact. I have to tell you, it's easier when we have a progressive commissioner in an important portfolio, and we trust that the legislative proposal, which was mentioned and to some extent also discussed here in the morning, will be robust enough and meet the expectations. And for that, a constant dialogue and continued conversation is going to be necessary. I think the only thing left for me is to announce that the program is not over. not even for today, right? So we just, this is the end of the conference, but we just launched a digital research program with the Nordics for the next year. But the program for today is not over either, because the networking drink is awaiting us. So please, I hope you have time. I hope your flights are not so imminent. And by the way, there is disruption in the airport anyway. So feel free to stay and continue informally in a good humor all these discussions in the foyer, right? Just in the atrium. In the, how did we call it?
Atrium 6.
Atrium 6.
It's called Atrium 6.
Yes,
it's
I'm
round the corner on the way to the terrace, and basically, I guess the drinks are available already now.
The power of local knowledge. Thank you.
And the light drawings.